he's not having a great day, and you just write it off to that. Hey, not their best performance from a broadcast standpoint. Then I watched CBS yesterday, and Nance and Romo, their number one crew, called the Bills-Jags game, and I think to myself, is Tony Romo on Quaaludes? Because I have no clue what he's talking about in any moment. Now, there is the fun, jovial, I love football, I love life, Tony Romo, that can be very endearing to fans when they watch him. And then there is just the crazy, what is this guy saying? It's the obvious mixed in with, has he watched a second of the Jacksonville Jaguars play a football game this year? That was a very, very strange performance from Tony Romo. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A U.S. judge has ruled that Danish energy giant Ørsted can resume development of a wind farm project off the coast of Rhode Island while it challenges the government's latest stop work order. The Revolution Wind project is intended to power hundreds of thousands of homes in Rhode Island and Connecticut. It was almost 90% complete when the Trump administration last month ordered 5 East Coast wind farm projects suspended, citing national security concerns. The federal shutdown that ended mid-November is still affecting the release of some government data sets. That includes the Census Bureau's tracking of new home sales. We do get the October sales reading today. Bloomberg Economics forecasts the data to show that sales of new homes slowed sharply in the fall after expanding at the best pace in 3 years during the summer. But signs of hope. Home builders have said buyer traffic has improved as mortgage rates have declined. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Not sure whether it's busted or salvageable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your home repair problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all in the same day. Freezing, drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at TrustPJ.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit TrustPJ.com and stay off the ladders.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
A new year is the perfect time to look around your home, especially the kitchen and bathrooms you use every day, and think about a refresh. That's where Kitchen Magic comes in. They're a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process simple from start to finish. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better and works better. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pre-game rituals to post-game celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Tuesday. That means Matt Rooney will join us. Coming up for the cut sheet for another Rooney Tuesday at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. Gregory, what do you got in the hopper of your crazy story?
Mattel just released its first ever autistic Barbie.
Okay.
Roll this news clip.
The first autistic Barbie doll is part of the Fashionistas line. The doll features flexible joints for stimming, which is a term for hand flapping or similar gestures that some people with autism use to express excitement or process sensory information. The Barbie comes with a fidget spinner, noise-canceling headphones, flat shoes, a flowy skirt for less fabric to skin contact, and a communication tablet to reflect various autistic experiences. Mattel has previously released dolls with Down syndrome, type 1 diabetes, blindness, vitiligo, hearing aids, and prosthetic legs.
Yeah, the Mattel doll that's blind, it's Jimmy Kelly.
Autistic Barbie.
So we now need play toy items to represent every possible disability known to man.
Yes.
Okay. I thought they were maybe doing like a trans Barbie. That's where I thought you were going.
What does the one with type 1 diabetes look like? Or type 2?
I don't know. Does it come with like a insulin or something?
Probably a Dexcom. Sponsored by Dexcom. All the wearables.
Additionally, the autistic Barbie wears loose-fitting clothes, specifically a purple pinstripe A-line dress with short sleeves and a flowy skirt for less fabric to skin contact.
Yes.
Her purple shoes feature flat soles to promote stability and ease of movement.
The most diverse doll line.
Yeah.
According to the headline. If Phil, if you can slide it back in, you'll actually see. They are showcasing this for the sake of diversity and inclusion. There it is. I thought we were past that. But apparently not.
Well, I know Christmas is over. If you want to rush out and get your daughters an autistic Barbie,
I'm going to get 2 of them. I have twins.
They're now on the shelves.
Yes.
So.
Probably collectible.
Maybe it's worth a lot of money, Dawn. You could be right. You know, you go back to that episode of Married with Children when Jefferson bought the Barbie and
we
they
go.
realized it was worth $50,000.
Here we go.
Hey, these Barbies can be worth something.
Could be.
You know, a Barbie with a belly button, $50,000. Who knew? What a world. We have a lot to get into today. The big take, talking about protected versus unprotected speech. Free speech in America, which does not include your right as a volunteer, or I think the appropriate term is intern, an intern radio host that works at a college, that goes to college, who decided to say, kill J.D. Vance. That's probably not protected speech. There are repercussions. But also what's going on in the UK and France, we'll talk about that. Also, a newscast that uncovers a wild voting scandal in the state of Washington from the 2024 election. Fraud exposed. We'll get to that. Also, a streaming success story that shows you better get over to a platform that streams, because it's no longer about content creation. It's about content consumption for your entertainment. We'll get into that. And also, Maha means business. No sugar, no soda if you were on Snap. A full extensive rundown of banned items in one state. We'll get to that. Also a big week for the Supreme Court, as we will hear a lot about men in women's sports. That's on the docket today, and we'll get into that a little bit.
How's the diet going?
Good.
Still good?
224. So down 6 pounds in 12 days.
You were 230? I thought you were 228.
Well, then 222. 6 pounds.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Good.
Yep. I had a turkey sandwich on Jewish rye for lunch yesterday.
Can I ask you a question? What is Jewish rye?
And
is that
it's a rye
derogatory?
Bread. No. It's called Jewish rye.
It often means it's kosher, which is like God's organic. It's actually better.
It's very good. It's a very soft rye. Softer than your, quote, traditional rye.
I thought you were cutting out carbs.
Rye's better than white bread.
Okay.
But if it's like kosher, it doesn't have the added sugar. There's no added sugar, Greg.
Bread's bread, homie. Bread's bread.
Thank you. I had a Mediterranean chicken quesadilla last night with roasted red peppers, Kalamata olives, pepperoncini.
What was it wrapped in?
A wrap.
Okay.
It's bread, homie. It's better,
dude. I'm just here for you, brother.
It's
I'm
better
just here
than a
for you.
primo hoagie, is it not?
It 100% is.
Let me go down.
Something is working because you're down six pounds. So I'm just saying.
Gradual steps here.
I get you.
Gradual steps.
I get you.
I love carbs.
It's okay. I'm not.
No.
You do you. I'm just trying to help be your motivator.
I'll clear it out by eventually the end of January. It'll be a no bread February, as I continue no dry January. Also, a Wall Street Journal exclusive in which Donald Trump believes that Pam Bondi is weak. We're going to get into that today. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and Rooney, as he will join us virtually.
I love how Dawn rolls her eyes when it's somebody that she doesn't like, or when it's somebody that she likes.
I do like Pam Bondi.
There's a news story,
her.
and there's a news story about it. It's like, well, it can't be true. But we took every Tom, Dick, and Harry story on Joe Biden for Joe Biden is this, Joe Biden is that. Well, it's got to be true because some dickhead says it.
Dawn's playing to the bass on camera.
Oh God!
I see the eyes. I catch it. I just keep going.
I forget that. I forget.
Bias by omission. Your whole life is bias by omission.
My headphones are cutting out. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. I can't hear myself, but I know Dawn can. Round number 1 of the news. If I'm yelling, I apologize because I have a problem hearing myself right now. 6:07. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday morning. Yes, January the 13th, we're at 30 degrees, but the nice part of this is unusually unseasonably warm today. So today and tomorrow, get out there and enjoy it. We'll even have morning sun with a high of about 50 degrees today. So very nice. Won't stay that way, so enjoy it. Philadelphia police investigating this after a 16-year-old boy was found shot inside a restaurant bathroom. This is the Chipotle on the 1100 block of Montgomery Avenue. This is right near Temple University's campus, North Philadelphia, obviously. And the teenager, they say, was shot in the chest, found by a restaurant employee 5 p.m. last night. So understand that this was the first day back for students yesterday, for Temple students. And then they received this, they get a campus alert right away when there's something like this on campus, avoid the area, that or anything. They have their alert system, which is a good system. But in this one, a little alarming on the first day back from after the break over the holidays. The victim pronounced dead right there in the bathroom, according to the police. And so we don't have answers on this one. We don't have suspects. Obviously, they'll be reviewing any possible videos in and around the Chipotle, but no suspects in this one. 16 years old, found shot to death in the chest.
I saw there was like conflicting reports or some bad information initially where they thought maybe the child or the kid was 11, but then they did confirm 16. I know this location precisely. I think 20 years ago when I was there, it was a Subway. So if you the hoagie place, that is, so if you're a Temple grad or somebody that maybe attended school there in the 90s or 2000s, that Chipotle used to be a Subway. So not the best place to be, especially after night.
Yeah. Well, this was 5 o'clock that
I know.
they found him.
I know, it's sad.
So what time was he at? What was the time of death?
Right.
That's the question.
Daylight,
Yeah.
obviously.
So they're still investigating, asking the public for any help with this. And I suspect, as usual with these things, they'll be releasing some surveillance video. So we'll watch for that. We'll take you to Newcastle County, Delaware, where police are investigating a double shooting injuring a woman and a teenager. This happened last night, 8000 block of Park Court, Edgemoor. Police arriving, they say just after 8 o'clock in the evening, 44-year-old woman shot multiple times, and the 15-year-old girl was shot in her leg. So both rushed to the hospital. No immediate word, though. I was trying to get a condition update. I don't have a condition update. They obviously survived this thing, but police are not releasing much information about this. So we don't know the motive. We don't have a suspect. And once again, anybody with information is asked to call police in both of these incidents that I'm talking about. So I don't have a lot of info on that one, which is, again, unusual. We'll watch for it. And we'll take you to Delco. This is the Yeadon police chief, and a follow-up on a story we have been talking about, where families across the country are reaching out in fear that their loved ones, in fact, their loved ones' remains could be among those 100-plus skeletons and skulls that authorities say they recovered from the home and the storage unit of a Lancaster County man. So we've been talking about this. It's Mount Moriah Cemetery, huge sprawling cemetery, if you're familiar with it. So it goes from obviously Delaware County and then even into Philadelphia. And so in this one, the Yeadon police chief, Henry G. Marco, he's speaking out about this. He has received 60 to 100 messages at this point with people concerned because people have moved away, that sort of thing, but they know that that's where their loved ones are buried. So they're trying to get to the bottom of this. In this case, you may recall the story, I reported on it last week. Jonathan Gerlach is that suspect who police detectives actually followed from the tracked from the cemetery because of, skulls in his back seat. That's according to authorities. So that sort of made him suspicious.
What a creepy dude.
So they were saying he broke into the mausoleums that, as well as underground crypts. So a literal modern day gravedigger, if you will.
Yeah.
Mount Moriah Cemetery, and was involved, allegedly, that he was sort of trading skulls, like some of you may trade
Pokemon cards.
Sure. or I don't know, some kind of memorabilia cards.
Yeah.
But these are skulls and bones, and even the bones of babies.
Yeah. Some of us back in the day would trade like a Scott Rowland Topps rookie baseball card for a Don Mattingly Fleer rookie card. This guy says, I'll give you an 82-year-old skull for a guy who's got a 65-year-old skull.
Are baby skulls worth more than 82-year-old skulls? Just asking.
Man, depends on what you're into.
Now we're very cryptic.
We have a little bit of the reporter,
newscast?
Yes.
Look at this guy
Over
with a nose ring.
100 human skeletons were recovered, and that's in part. At this point, we are still trying to figure out how many of those are complete and what exactly we are looking at. A separate storage locker
Did he have
was
the
found
complete
to
set?
be in Mr. Gerlach's possession. That also was in Ephrata. We found there 8 more human remains. Very simply, detectives have recovered an awful lot of bones at this point.
Are they in
We
mint
still
condition?
trying to piece together who they are, where they are from, and how many we are looking at, and it's going to be quite some time before we have a final answer. It is truly, in the most literal sense of the word, horrific.
Yeah.
I grieve for those who are upset by this, who are going through it, who are trying to figure out if it is in fact their loved one or their child, because we found remains that we believe to be months-old infants among those that he had collected.
Is that my Pop-Pop skull? Let me see. No, that doesn't look like his.
By the way, that guy looks definitely like he comes from Ephrata, or that area up there. It's the Poconos area, dude.
Nose ring, full neck tattoo.
These people.
You imagine how painful that is.
Live in the woods somewhere.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Good God.
Gross. These, oof.
Yeah. Look at the eyes. Just another empty, lifeless
So he was
vessel.
He was just trading them. He wasn't like doing anything like.
Well, it'll all
obscene
come out.
with them?
Well, I don't know that. I think this was just. Greg, it'll all come out in the court.
Yeah.
Imagine you're the detective. You have to. So somebody, a group of detectives, a group of cops, and people within this department, they have to sort through this.
Yeah.
And then how are they going to figure out? Because they have like 100 possibly different people.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you sort that out and figure out who's who to give them back to the family?
Like
so they
DNA
can
remains,
bury
you mean?
them? Exactly.
Yeah.
How are they going to?
This is why everybody should be cremated or composted.
Nasty.
Because this is what happened. And by the way, a couple months ago, I watched the Netflix series on Ed Gein, the dude who was the inspiration for movies such as Silence of the Lambs and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and all of those things. And he liked to dig up corpses too, and
boy,
and do nasty,
have his way with them.
Yeah, probably started with animals first.
Oof.
Yeah,
like dead animals.
Yeah, or killing animals.
Oh God,
it's usually an escalation,
yes.
I think.
So that's what serial killers, right?
Yeah,
You always want to pay attention. Oof.
Right.
We have a warning. If any of you were in and around 30th Street Station or an Amtrak train, Philadelphia Health Department and Public Health warning travelers of a possible measles exposure.
Here we go.
So Philadelphia International Airport, 30th Street Station, and an Amtrak train. That's where obviously the infected person had traveled. This would have been January 7th, 7 p.m. in the evening hours. So, and that would be Philadelphia International, January 7th, specifically Terminal A East. And then 30th Street Station, same day that evening. And then Amtrak Northeast Regional Train southbound. So in that one, and that would have been earlier. So obviously those three spots they're saying, because remember, measles is the one that is highly contagious and it can linger in the air.
Oh, good.
So they want to put that out there.
Good, jeez.
I know. Early symptoms, fever, running nose.
Yeah.
Red puffy eyes, then the rash.
The flu's running amok. I'm hearing all these reports of rising deaths for the flu.
Is South Carolina basically a third world country now with all the measles cases there? Seriously.
Yeah. And why is it not how is it not gotten into Georgia and Alabama and Tennessee?
It has. It has. It's not as widespread as it is in
Lindsey Graham's state.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe stop going on Hannity every night and talking about how the president needs to be like Ronald Reagan and kill the Ayatollah in Iran and worry about your own state there, Lindsey.
Oh, did he say that last night?
Of course. Of course. He's on every night. And Hannity, that fraud, comes out, brings him out all the time. Those two, I was going to say a word. I can't say.
Homies? What?
Yes, let's say homies.
The two homies. Kennedy and Lindsay, the homies.
Let's just say I said homies.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. I know that we'll be talking about Paula Scanlon. This is what I call a deep tease.
Ooh.
So today at 10:30, Paula Scanlon joins me.
Nice.
This, as SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States, the highest court in the land, will start considering whether or not states are allowed to ban or not transgender athletes from taking part in girls' and women's schools and college sports.
Okay.
So in these cases, these are all cases, and some of them I've interviewed the young women involved over time, but these are cases, obviously, where the lower courts, the transgender person won, and now it's being kicked up to the Supreme Court of the United States.
Okay.
So a lot of ramifications here. Finally, I will take you to the story of, well, I'll call it Joe Dirt. This is a really cute story with the Pennsylvania Farm Show and the mullet, the main event, the mullet contest.
So good.
Really cute. Packed crowd celebrating, the mullet hairstyle. I think Greg Stocker said he once rocked a mullet. And
I kind of am right now.
Is that considered a mullet?
Me? No.
What you currently have?
No.
I didn't think so.
Because it's long up top, too.
Right.
So it's just mine is just long hair.
When it's a uniform length, it's not a mullet, right?
Yeah. Mullet needs to be short up top and then long in the back.
Right.
Yeah. Think of Joe Dirt, Dawn
Yeah.
just said. Joe Dirt, the David Spade movie.
Yep.
So short in the front, long in the back, and nowadays they kind of do the shave, the fade above the ear,
Yep.
to update it. And so this one was once known more to Canadian hockey players and the big metal bands, right? The rock metal bands.
Absolutely.
They had the mullet.
Mm-hmm.
So in this one, the top award in the form, this one was pretty cute. It was 10-year-old Drew Flushit of Dallas, Pennsylvania, who wore a red and black shirt in homage to the movie character Joe Dirt, carrying Joe's trademark mop. And the contestants, it was a lot of fun. It was really cute, a lot of visuals. We'll talk more about it in the Big Three. And as well, the motive of some of these kids, and in particular one of them, you're going to love to hear, why did he want to grow this mullet? And what was his motive?
Yeah.
So we'll have that one moving forward. But, it was clean out the locker day for the Philadelphia Eagles. Kind of, I know they were cleaning out the lockers. And it's just depressing right now.
Yeah.
Flyers lost, the Sixers. I mean, it's just depressing
Mm-hmm.
in the world of sports.
Yep.
Today, we will start in the NBA where the Sixers actually won yesterday.
Yeah.
Beating the Raptors 115-102 in
Comeback.
Toronto.
Yep.
Maxey scored 33, and Embiid also had 27 in the win. The Sixers are now 22-16 and fifth in the conference, 6 games behind Detroit. They next face the Cavs here on Wednesday. In the NHL, the Flyers took on the Lightning, and maybe they need new coordinators too, as Tampa scored 1 in the first, then 3 more in the second, and cruised to a 5-1 win, their 10th in a row. The Lightning are now second in the conference. The Flyers remain third in their division. They next go to Buffalo to face the Sabres on Wednesday. And in the NFL last night, the Texans scored 23 in the fourth and beat Pittsburgh 30-6. So in terms of when the games are next weekend, on Saturday, Buffalo will be at Denver at 4:30, and San Francisco will be at Seattle at 8. On Sunday, the Bills will be in Foxborough at 4:30, and the Rams will be at Soldier Field at 8. And for those wondering where John Harbaugh may go next, I'm talking to Giants fans since Woody Johnson is clueless. Well, his first interview was yesterday with Atlanta. That's sports for Kayal and Company.
By the way, do you think Aaron Rodgers, he's done, right?
It has to be. I mean, he was just awful last night. It's it for Tomlin in Pittsburgh. You know what? I thought Kevin Patullo was the worst offensive coordinator in the league.
Yeah.
And then I've watched Arthur Smith with the Steelers. We actually have somebody this much better than Arthur Smith.
The Steelers backdoored into the
they suck
the playoffs anyway.
Yeah.
So it was no surprise.
Yeah.
But man, they laid a goose egg, man.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they scored 3, but it was man.
And it should have been worse. Stroud was throwing interceptions left and right in the first half. And I fell asleep. By the way, congrats on the Flyers on getting smoked last night on Pride Fest night at the what do they call it now? What is
Xfinity Mobile.
The Xfinity Mobile Arena. Yeah, last night they had a pregame Pride Festival from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. featuring local LGBTQ plus vendors, artists, and community groups in the Philadelphia area. So congratulations.
You saying that was bad luck?
They got boat raced by Tampa.
A lot of pride they showed last night as they got smoked by the Lightning.
Yeah.
But, inclusivity.
And what I'm going to be loving this forecast today and tomorrow. A little taste of not January.
I like it. Another deep tease from Dawn. Could be a segment. Deep teases with Dawn.
Tease.
There's possibilities there. Currently 31 degrees. We're going to have sunny skies today, a high of 49, and we'll continue to have some warmer, more mild weather as the week goes along. All right, we'll come back, get to a Tuesday morning big take. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
There is no one-size-fits-all answer, but most people don't need to wash their hair every day. A lot depends on your age, environment, and type of hair. The Cleveland Clinic says washing every other day or every 2 to 3 days is often sufficient to keep scalp bacteria and yeast down without causing dryness. Younger people generally have oilier hair. Washing prevents dandruff and inflammation. Overwashing can lead to dryness and breakage. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn in the new year. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike and Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Maslauger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-990-1551. That's 800-990-1551.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, 628, Kayal and Company, as we get it going here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up 7:45. Matt Rooney at 8:30. And a great variety today. Good mix of stories that we will bounce around to before the cut sheet gets going. That's just about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Right now, let's get to a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning: protected and unprotected speech in today's protest pandemonium climate. I am, without a doubt, a free speech absolutist. Always have been, always will be. When it comes to protected speech in the United States, the First Amendment, though, revolves around the government and their inability to censor you, not big tech companies, and certainly not your employer. Amidst all of the protests in America right now, it's worth reiterating that threats of violence, if qualified by the standard of true threats, are not a protected form of speech. More on that in just a moment. And globally, we are seeing speech rise up and also be suppressed. Protests in Iran, 500 killed, to overthrow an authoritarian regime. And on the squashing of speech, we are seeing the French deal with social media surveillance at the same time that the United Kingdom is arresting people left and right for speech. Hate speech, as bad as it is generally protected in America. But threats to kill somebody are not. And that's the criminal side. And then you get to the civil side, where you can be sued for slander and libel and defamation for saying things that damage a brand or a reputation or are factually not true. We'll get to the French and the United Kingdom shortly, but let's begin with three different stories in the United States of America. Starting with a volunteer college radio host. Headline yesterday from Fox News: college radio DJ calls for VP Vance's assassination in menacing post. They write, quote, Secret Service aware of UMass-funded radio DJ's directive to kill Vance. WUML volunteer resigned, and authorities deemed that there was no immediate threat following the post on Blue Sky Social. A volunteer radio host has resigned after authorities confirmed they were aware of a post on left-wing dominated social media app Blue Sky, in which a person advocated for killing Vice President J.D. Vance. Quote, it's simple. We kill J.D. Vance, said the person behind an account named Hans Lopez, Blue Sky Social. The person identified themselves as a host of a radio show on WUML, which is funded by the University of Massachusetts at Lowell. The comment was made in response to another Blue Sky user who claimed that, quote, J.D. Vance thinks Britain and France are America's likely enemies. WUML's website said that it was given a voice to both the student body of UMass and the greater Lowell community for more than 6 decades, but this crossed the line. Blue Sky Social. Remember that? Remember when that app was launched and created? It was where the TDS patients flocked to in order to protect their peace after X was deemed too toxic, with Elon Musk reestablishing free speech on what used to be known as Twitter. Harris Faulkner of Fox News is doing a special on the assassination culture of the left. And one of the reporters doing the research had this to say about Blue Sky Social and its toxicity in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Listen and watch this.
So the number of posts on Blue Sky celebrating Kirk's death got so bad, Harris, the site was forced to warn users that glorifying violence or harm violates their guidelines. Now,
death threats on a social media platform are not protected by big tech as a private entity, nor will the authorities let it slide if it's deemed, quote, a true threat. Yesterday in the Big Take, I played for you former Sixers coach Doc Rivers calling the deadly ICE shooting in Minneapolis 100% murder. Steve Kerr of the Golden State Warriors made the cut sheet, making other statements that are simply not true. Now, could the NBA and its outspoken social justice warrior head coaches face consequences for their speech? Clay Travis, host of the Clay and Buck Show, but also an attorney, thinks that defamation suits could happen. Listen and watch this.
I actually have a potentially provocative, go figure, take on this. Both of these guys said that this ICE agent committed murder. That's a pretty defamatory thing to say. The NBA mandates that coaches do post-game press conferences. And I'm not sure, again, that he would win, but if this ICE agent filed a defamation lawsuit against not only these NBA coaches, but also their teams and the league, I think it could lead to some really interesting outcomes here. Because, look, I think there should be consequences when you say inflammatory things that are not supported by the evidence here, okay? Murder, in this case, it should not be charged. And I think it quite evidently, based on the videos that have come out, should not be charged. Doc Rivers was 100% wrong when he's saying, oh, this woman's just trying to get home and she gets murdered. That didn't happen at all.
These suits are very difficult to win, but remember that ICE agent who was dragged once for over 100 yards that is now dealing with slander and libel could, if he so desired, seek legal remedies. Obviously, I think he could pursue that if and when he is deemed not to have done anything outside of the scope of his possible abilities to defend himself from the now deceased Renee Good. And if it's your life and your career, wouldn't you do the same? I can't blame him. Speaking of dummies that say dumb things, we pivot to Whoopi Goldberg and The View. The View co-host Goldberg walked back comments on Monday suggesting that immigration and customs enforcement agents were, quote, violent criminals, clarifying that she was concerned about accountability at the federal law enforcement agency. Here's ABC. Listen and watch.
Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. This is not what you said they were going to be. This is the thing. You said you were going after the bad guys.
Yes.
That's what you said, the violent criminals.
That's
and
right.
what does it turn out? The violent criminals seem to be in the agency.
However, following a commercial break, she came back out and had to walk back her comments and clarified her previous statement by saying she was not accusing ICE agents of being criminals. Translation, Legal got a hold of a producer for ABC and said, hey, next segment, she needs to clarify and walk that back. Sonny Hostin knows a thing or five about retracting statements following a commercial break to avoid litigation. And across the pond, speech has reached an impasse with the governments of France and the United Kingdom. Headline from Reason.com. Why insulting Brigitte Macron online can mean prison time in France. They write 10 Frenchmen were given fines, jail time, and social media bans for accusing their first lady of being a pedophilic gay man. In the United States, poking fun at politicians online is a birthright. In France, it can land you in jail. On Monday, a French court found 10 people guilty of cyberbullying France's first lady. Defendants denied the charges against them by saying that their posts were either meant in jest or constituted legitimate debate, reports the New York Times. Unfortunately for them, this argument rang hollow for the court, which handed out a variety of punishments. These included compulsory cyberbullying awareness training, 8 suspended prison sentences, 1 6-month sentence to be served from home, and a 6-month social media ban for 5 of the 10 defendants. There were also fines that ranged up to about $12,000. It's a good thing Candace Owens is based in America and not in France. By the way, I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And in the UK, free speech and the crackdown sees up to 30 people a day now being arrested for petty offenses, such as retweets and cartoon GIFs and memes on social media. That's the headline from the New York Post. And according to Polymarket, over 12,000 arrests have been made in the UK since 2023 for online comments under their Communications Act. But 2 things are clear. Europe and their hate speech censorship makes the U.S. look tame. And secondly, it's time people start realizing in America, especially you blue sky social users out there, that your speech towards political violence is not only going to lead to criminal actions, it could lead to civil actions as well. And I'm good with that because in America, we don't do political violence. We debate, we have free and fair elections, and the marketplace of ideas should win out. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. All right, Dawn, your thoughts? We've got college radio hosts threatening to kill J.D. Vance. We've got people like Whoopi Goldberg on ABC making ridiculous statements. And, of course, we have sports leagues making ridiculous statements. Where are you at with all of the speech in today's hyper-controversial protest world that we live in?
Well, in part, I thought of the Covington Catholic school kids. Remember that case?
Oh, yeah.
And those kinds of cases where it was settled. We never learned how much they received, but they did settle it. So in that one, it was it did behoove Ms. Whoopi Goldberg to call that back, although she never named the agent and specifically the ICE officer who, as you know, I reported to you, is a decorated Iraq War combat veteran with many, many commendations and has served our country honorably. So I think there's no question if that went to a jury and you saw this guy's all of his medals of honor and that sort of thing from his Iraq War service and then moving forward in his career.
Right.
He's reportedly now he has been forced to move out of his house. His wife and kids have been receiving death threats, not just him, his entire family.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this as well, that the woman shot Ms. Good as well, because were there people going out and saying, and even Kristi Noem immediately labeled her as a quote unquote domestic terrorist. And then people were reporting on that and pontificating about that. So could now the wife and even the 3 children and the ex-husband who has the custody of the teen kids, could they not all join in a lawsuit and say, well, before any investigation, before anything happened, and they wouldn't go after the government probably, they'd go after the deep pockets, which is, the media.
Sure.
And so they could file lawsuits and say all of these pundits and all of these media anchors on both sides, you could look at this case and say even for good that she was, in fact, after the fact, in her death, that these kids have to grow up with these people saying these horrible things, just really slicing up her name and the family name. That's right. They could argue that in court for emotional damages.
Right.
And then as well for the officer who I may have said his name initially because I thought it was released.
It was, and I did as well. So,
but then I stopped almost immediately because then I realized his name has actually never been released officially.
Oh.
And so I don't know. So that really puts into play, I believe it's the Star Tribune in Minneapolis, I believe, is the first one who released that information.
I'm also glad that you mentioned he's an Iraq War veteran because the narrative behind some of the people on the left, who was it yesterday? I think we had it in the cut sheet that called ICE agents fake law enforcement. I mean,
well, it was our Philadelphia Sheriff Bilal.
It was Bilal, yeah.
But I mean, many have said that.
Right. And you think about this. You are going to sit there and say I think it was fake law enforcement and unqualified. This guy served in Iraq. He was trained by our military. You don't think he can transition professionally with the adequate skill sets that are required to be an ICE agent, and you want to call it fake and unqualified? I'm pretty sure if you can go into Iraq, I don't think you're talking about Desert Storm. You're probably talking about 20 years ago with the WMD with the second Bush. But I mean,
yes. So U.S. Army, Iraq War veteran. He also served as a machine gunner, and you're exactly right, starting in 2004.
Yeah.
His awards include Army Commendation Medal, Army Good Conduct Medal, Iraq Campaign Medal. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Yeah.
He served honorably, Nick.
This notion that these guys are unqualified, forget fake law enforcement. They've been an established, I don't know if accredited is the correct term, but they've been around for a quarter of a century post September 11th. And, they're not grabbing Bob from accounting with recruitment ads and or Nick from the radio station at 224 pounds with a beer belly and trotting out guys that have been handed a gun for the first time. A lot of these guys have military backgrounds, law enforcement backgrounds. I would think at a bare minimum, very comfortable with the right to bear arms and and you've seen some of these guys. I mean, they're in tactical gear, right? Like they're not showing up like a routine patrol officer. They've got, not to mention mace and everything else. Like these guys are certified badasses. And if you mess with them in a hostile situation, you're in deep, you know what? And I'm telling you, some of these people that just flap their gums and shoot their mouth off. And I know these cases are very difficult to prove and they don't give out a ton of money. And I think defamation suits are like single digit success rate. But when you go out there, especially in a position where you're considered to be a leader, like an NBA coach, or you're one of these talking heads on television, I think, how many times, Dawn, do you say, I have to use the word allegedly? Mm-hmm. How many times does Stalker say, you better say it on the radio station and don't say it on Twitter because I can defend you on the air. I can't defend you on social media. Like we just flip our, most I can't even think of the word right now for it. We just use the most explosive rhetoric in our takes for the sake of effect that, you never know who's listening and you're not I really actually think there's a lot of people that don't understand free speech. And then when they get called out for it, like, well, my free speech rights. Like, do you know what the First Amendment protects and what it doesn't protect? Mm-hmm. Like what we're seeing over there, by the way, how about France? They're going to arrest you for, comments about Bridget Macron. Could you imagine if we were arresting people for comments about Michelle Obama or Donald Trump or Melania or Dr. Jill or Joe or Hunter or any of our very polarizing political figures? I mean, we would run out of prison space.
Well, I think the issue, so a couple of things. I think the issue with Mrs. Macron is part of that is they're saying that she was a pedophile and a predator, that she was a teacher, and they're alleging, even though they met when he was like 15 or whatever, they're saying, hey, yes, we met. She was a teacher. She was his teacher of the school, but nothing happened then. It was like 15 years later, so 14 years later. But as far as free speech, I agree. When I even heard about the story about an East Coast, college-age kid on a campus radio station or whatever, and he said something stupid, if that's the case, do you want his life destroyed? Do you want it to be a teachable moment? I mean, obviously, since the Trump assassination attempt, Thomas Crooks, obviously we take things differently. But I will say that if they found out that the kid just came forward and said, I've never, there's no evidence, he said something really stupid, do I want that kid to go to jail and destroy his life?
Should he be kicked out of school?
Well, that's up to the school, and the school will probably kick him out.
Right.
And I would submit to you then that if I'm that parent, let's say, I'm going to say, well, you guys have a college kid. Does anybody control me? We have Greg Stalker. Greg Stalker, right, has his finger on the button. Anybody who says something really stupid, libel, whatever, he's going to block that out.
I know everything.
Yes. And so does that university then, do they become culpable in that? And of course they do. If that's a campus station, they absolutely do.
Right. Yeah. All right. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Our buddy Ed and Delran will lead us off on the other side. We'll wrap up the 6 o'clock hour next. I also have this unbelievable report of voter fraud from the 2024 election in the state of Minnesota. We'll give you the newscast for that. And also, new polling shows Americans overwhelmingly rejecting our two-party system. Independence on the rise. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
I hope you kick off the new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza, they carry more than 3,500 new vehicles, 1,600 pre-owned vehicles. This is at any given time. And that's the power of Piazza and the Piazza Auto Group. And yeah, brands that you've heard me talk about like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, plus pretty much any other brand that you can think of. That's the selection I'm talking about. And besides, where am I broadcasting from each and every day? The PiazzaAutoGroup.com studios and as well the Piazza Premium Studios. So they are the wind beneath my wings for many years for all of us here. We appreciate them. That's why I say to everybody in the family, if you're in the market for a new vehicle and you're not going to Piazza, you're in big trouble in my family. Everybody has a Piazza vehicle, and there's so much selection, there is no excuse. So PiazzaAutoGroup.com, I better see you pull up when you come to our events in a Piazza vehicle. I'm really serious, and they're awesome, and they're across Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. Check them out. PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Find that dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yes. Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Tuesday, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. SNAP benefits and what you cannot purchase. Maha means business. And in one state, they are taking it very seriously. In fact, I'm a little surprised this state is doing it. We'll give you those details coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's wrap up the hour with a couple of other stories and your calls. Ed is in Delran. Good morning, Edward. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I am doing fine. Let me tell you what. I wish all you guys a happy, healthy, prosperous, blessed new year without fear, because Nick, Dawn, and Greg are once again here.
And I'm not drinking beer.
I hope not this early, pal.
Damn right. What do you got on your mind, pal?
Did you ever think you'd live to see the day when a chief of police would cry over criminals?
No. Did not.
It's so freaking, it frosts me. It's so amazing. And that's why I meet so many people who are retired in law enforcement say if they had to do it all over, they could never go back.
Yeah. I've actually seen some people just with law enforcement backgrounds, just random people, nobody famous, nobody in the media, putting out tweets on social media saying for the Minneapolis Police Department officers out there that feel that they have to stand down or they can't do their job, if you love policing and it's your passion and it's your career, be willing to move and relocate and be an officer in a locale that will actually have your back as you enforce the law. It's sad.
It's absolutely sickening and deplorable to me.
Yep. All right, Ed, we appreciate the call, pal.
You know it.
There he is, Ed in Delran. Yeah, I mean, imagine that. You know, certain jobs I feel like you kind of have to relocate if you want your career to keep going, if you're chasing dreams and goals. Dawn, you know about it. I know about it. Stocker's been here since the Korean War, so he's never had to relocate. But, you know, in radio and TV, sometimes if you want to do it for your entire career, you have to be willing to relocate, whether you're early in your career, the middle of your career, late in your career. And now police officers, you would think, right? I mean, I guess technically, like if you're a Minneapolis police officer or even a city like Philadelphia and you don't want to deal with it because, you know, you got guys like Larry Krasner that you know that they're not going to have your back if it's a righteous shot. They are not going to prosecute crimes. You have to move out of that area and leave. I mean, just to localize it. Like, you know, if you got to the point where you didn't want to be a Philadelphia police officer anymore because of the politics, you would have to probably go outside to what? You know, somewhere in Bucks County, somewhere in Montgomery County or Delco or Chester. And I don't know, maybe the pay is better out there. Maybe it's certainly safer. You know, I wouldn't mind being a Whitpain Township police officer. Well, what's the most dangerous thing you do in Whitpain Township? You give a parking ticket? Look for a stolen Picasso? I don't know. You know, it just seems like that these officers that do a really good job now possibly have to think about relocating because they don't have anybody that has their back. The media is against them. The Democrat Party's against them. Progressive district attorneys are against them. You have sheriffs like Bilal in Philadelphia speaking out of turn. It has never been more difficult, at least in my lifetime, to be a law enforcement officer at any level in this country. You know, we sit here and we support families behind the badge and we back the blue. And if it's not for people like us, some of these people, the only support they might get is when they go home at night from their wife. And sometimes going home to the wife is not necessarily the best thing. I can relate. Tough spot.
Well, that's just it. And so when you think about recruitment, particularly in cities like Philadelphia, the bottom line is that if you are in suburban areas, you tend to be more supported by, number one, your district attorney. And so you know that the DA has your back, but also it's more common in the suburbs for people to say, thank you, officer. That's why any chance I get, if there's an officer, I say, thank you, officer, you know, just to let them know, because they do feel, they even get, I mean, I report on it in news.
Yep.
They'll be on a scene investigating something, a crime, a shooting, and you have kids coming up spitting at them, spitting at these officers.
Yep.
And by the way, you wonder why ICE wears a mask sometimes, or even glasses or goggles.
Oh, I would definitely wear goggles.
Right, people are spitting on them.
Yep. You're right. I mean, look, you know, there are Democrat prosecutors that do a good job. Kevin Steele, we've had him on the show. Montgomery County District Attorney. He prosecutes crime. You know, in the beginning of the Law and Order episodes where it's the criminal justice system is about the police who apprehend bad guys and the district attorneys who prosecute them. You know, that's kind of the way the criminal justice system works. And imagine being out there on the front line as the cop doing the dirty work, and then you hand it over to the legal side with the lawyers, and the district attorney is masquerading around as a defense attorney, which Larry Krasner once was a defense attorney. All right, we'll come back. I want to get to this voting fraud story and also an interesting study. For the first time in a long time, we have more independents in America than Democrats and Republicans. A Gallup poll that is very interesting. And I want to try to analyze what this means for the future with elections. We'll do that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company, and stay tuned. We also have that SNAP benefit story with sugar and soda. Maha means business. That's on the way as well. Cut sheet at 7:45, and we're back after this.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
What's up, world? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, chicken farmer, and now host of Free Range. This is a show where I go off the field and off the script. We're talking what's hot in music, film, trending news, and everything blowing up your feed. If you love football, you'll feel at home. But if you're here for the vibes, the internet deep dives, the conversation, this is your podcast. Join me every Wednesday. Follow and listen to Free Range with me, Von Miller, everywhere you get your podcast.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
The Start Something New sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $499 a month for 39 months. Or get 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude or a 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Willys for just $389 a month for 39 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. Look around your home right now, especially the kitchen and the bathrooms. Obviously, you use them every day. Think about a refresh. And that's where my friends at Kitchen Magic come in. They're family-owned, crafting high-quality American-made kitchens and baths, and they make the process so simple from start to finish. Right now, you enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations. Start the new year with a home that looks better and works better for you. KitchenMagic.com. Do it today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Oh, yeah, it's Kayal and Company back here on a Tuesday morning. Great stories to get into as we branch out a little bit here from the big take and all of the protest hysteria, the violence, the protected speech, the unprotected speech. I'm going to save the video for the voting fraud from the newscast for the next segment. Also, a Gallup survey shows a record amount of Americans identifying as independent. But first, let's get to Maha, because they mean business. And I think when you look at all of the things that this second Trump administration stands for and is about, I think Maha, short of the vaccine category of Make America Healthy Again, is a very popular concept. I think a lot of parents are on board with it. I think a lot of attentive mothers are on board with it. Yes, we've had calls from pediatricians and doctors talking about what's advised and what's recommended versus what should be mandated on kid vaccines. I think the number's gone down from like 18 to 11 from a recommendation standpoint. And again, that's all it is. So that's kind of, quote, more controversial. But as far as the food stuff goes, we talked about the food pyramid. I think it was either yesterday or late last week where the protein has been elevated on the pyramid. But Colorado will restrict using SNAP benefits now to buy soda and sugary beverages. And I love this. The Governor Paulus, signed SB 25-169 into law, which directs the Colorado Department of Human Services to submit an application to the USDA to seek approval to allow SNAP residents to use their benefits at certain restaurants. However, that being said, with that comes a long list of items that are banned, which includes sodas, carbonated beverages with at least 5 grams of sweetener per 12 ounces, soft drinks, milk-based and 100% juice drinks that are considered concentrate and above the allowable grams of sugar or artificial sweeteners. I'm looking at this long list, and it's got to be at least 17 or 18 items deep. Now, other states are also looking to adopt something similar, including West Virginia, Florida, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas. Now, there are some other states that are pushing back, but when you look at the obesity rates in the country, in America, and we've talked about how just unhealthy we are as a nation compared to European nations where, they walk everywhere. Dawn talks about how, they drink red wine, they smoke cigarettes, they eat pasta, yet it's all good and it's clean. And it's, hey, in this country, we have 4 ingredients in said product. In America, that same product has 27 ingredients. Why? Because 23 of them are artificial and they are filled with preservatives and bad things that make it sit on a shelf for 2 years and it's still deemed not expired, right? I love that. So the only people I have seen that have an issue with this are the rogue random individuals that appear on the cut sheet from time to time, bitching and moaning that they cannot buy cereal and chips and Mountain Dew with their SNAP benefits. To which my standard rebuttal has been, if you don't like it, get off of government assistance, right? Essentially, I would, and maybe this is radical, but I think I can be a little radical at times. I would actually ban the usage of any SNAP benefit, food stamp, any government assistance for the grocery store. You are not allowed to shop on the interior of the store. If you are going to use government funding, you have to buy milk, yogurt, real cheese, eggs, beef, fish, chicken, turkey, pork, lettuce, cucumbers, carrots. You get my drift? Around the perimeter of the store. I think that would be a great adaptation or advancement of SNAP benefits because it's twofold, right? We are paying the government, we, the taxpayer, are paying for you to eat. And then, oh, by the way, if you're going to eat junk, odds are, and if you're on SNAP, and we gave the numbers in Minneapolis, I think, Somalian immigrants, 90% on some form of government assistance, 73% on Medicaid, and 42% on SNAP. Then I have to pay for your health care when you become diabetic or when you're suffering from heart disease because you ate terrible foods. Actually, not even real whole foods, just junk. I mean, does anybody object to this? I'm totally on board with this. And I'm probably the least healthiest on the show, right? Dawn, you don't eat at all, and Greg, Greg eats celery sticks.
No, I ate last night. I had a big T-bone.
Oh,
and so both sides you sear it.
You did the reverse sear?
Oh yeah, and organic. All organic, onions, mushrooms, the garlic, the fresh garlic.
You fall for all that organic crap, do you?
I do.
Yeah, it's not actually organic. You know that, right?
Is that true?
It's
it's all marketing crap.
It's either organic or it's Aldi. So you know what I mean? It's either one.
So it's one of the extremes.
The levels that it needs to be to be quote unquote organic is like slim and none. It's
just basically comes right out of the dirt and you eat it.
Believe me, I've reported on this for years. By law, if they put organic on a label, they have to have at least 85% of the ingredients organic. There are actually laws to this. But how are you going to catch them?
Well, now let me clarify, or I want you to clarify. Organic as in the organic aisle with all of those, even the frozen foods that are organic, or are you talking just produce?
No, if I'm in a produce section, I look at it. To tell you the truth, and I actually just look at it. And whatever looks better, I'll get. But at Aldi, I think it all looks pretty good and it's less expensive. But I do try to get organic or local.
Okay. Because there was
one or the other.
Yeah. I would, my mom back in the day when we used to live in Easton, Pennsylvania, she was a huge fan of getting Jersey corn, Jersey tomatoes, and she would go right across to Delaware and go to the farmers stands like during the spring and summer months, which is the best. Yes. She would get like the Jersey white corn, which was just delicious for corn on the cob and things like that. I would like to, and I've tried to buy organic bananas. The problem is I buy 10 or 12 of them and they start to go bad for me before I can actually eat the 10 or 12.
Yeah, that's the one. They have anything with a thick skin you don't have to worry about. The only thing you really do care about with organic is things like strawberries.
Okay.
Because look at they're like a sponge. So they've tested and they find the pesticide. It's the only thing I'm a stickler about.
Yeah.
And actually, Greg, to your point, they do test that. If you get busted,
sure.
If they, well, I get what you're saying that a lot of it is marketing, but I'll say this, like Mary Mead Farms that I know we all love.
Yeah.
In Montgomery County. I love that family. And in TV, we would always go to them every year to do all the stories and stuff like that. I still go to them. My family goes. So they will tell you how expensive it is as a local farm to even try to get that quote unquote organic label.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, because I know them, they're organic.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? They're minimal with any kind of pesticides. Does everybody use pesticides? Yes, to some extent they do.
Right.
So it's who you trust and that sort of thing. But to your point about all of this, I would say with the SNAP benefits, I was looking up which states now, and there's a growing number of states restricting this. I think the bigger issue that we've learned about SNAP benefits is the level of just criminality, that they're getting the SNAP card, they're selling it, and there are so many scams. Even the families getting the SNAP cards are being scammed.
Yeah.
So I think they're at the same time trying to crack down on that. But I also love that they said that the stores that receive the SNAP benefits have to give more of the fruits and veggies for less.
Okay.
So that is another piece of this that you can. So I would just say incentivize people. Okay, you want a bag of chips, or you could have like this bushel full of all these fruits and veggies.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Can we play a little bit of Bobby? He was on with Maria Bartiromo over the weekend talking about these SNAP benefits. Roll this.
Most people, most type 2 diabetes can lose their diagnoses simply by changing diet. It's much more effective than pharmaceutical drugs or pharmaceutical interventions.
Got a good body, though.
Interventions.
Okay,
yeah.
And
means absolutely nothing.
One of the things that we're doing,
former heroin addict,
is Brooke Rollins is requiring that any facility, any store that accepts food stamps will have to double the amount of whole food that is now available to recipients. So that will change the marketplace around the world, around the country. We're going to make sure that every American family that affordable whole food is available to them at prices that they can afford.
Yeah. Secretary, this is so important. So many people are listening to you on every word, and I'm so...
I don't know if they're listening to his every word, but I don't. Again, this is one of those things where I don't think you can sit there and say, "Oh, because Bobby Kennedy said it, I'm not going to do it." Like you can, be on board with Bobby on, certain things, whether it comes to remember last year at this time we were talking about, a little bit later into the new year in February and March, we were talking about the seed oils, right? Remember, was it Shake Shack or Steak and Shake or one of those burger joints went to the beef tallow?
Yep.
Right? So there are some things I'm on board with him for. And I've said that for a long time. Like my whole thing was try to stay on the outside of the grocery store. The second you get in aisle 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, that's where all the crap is. I'll take it a step further. I know Greg's busting my chops on, using Jewish rye bread and having a Mediterranean chicken quesadilla because the wrap is technically a carb. I've thought about cutting out completely cold cuts. Now, I don't eat salami and pepperoni, even though I'm a sucker for that on a tailgate if I find a nice party tray. But I eat turkey. And that turkey that I'm eating, the boar's head, just think about it. When you're at the deli next time, and this is not to gross people out, but I've been thinking about this. You're standing there and you're waiting and, they got the lady next to you. She's getting 4 slices of ham and she wants it super thin and she's being a pain in the ass. And then you got that person that's ordering 1/8 of a pound of cheese. We want 2 slices of cheese, lady? And you're looking in the glass and you see all those big little blocks of meat. That doesn't look good, does it? How did they arrive at the boar's head oven gold turkey breast that they bring out and it's all gelatin? That stuff's got to be horrible for you. And I know they have low sodium and uncured meats and all this other stuff. But my God, as I self-analyze right now and evaluate why I'll be dead in 16 years, well, I'm going boar's head. It's better than the store brand deli meat. Is it?
Think about what the one thing for pregnant women that they say don't eat. One of them is any kind of cold cuts. Oh. Why? Because number one, they tend to carry listeria.
Yeah, the bacteria.
Yes. But that leads you to the other thing. High levels, I looked it up. Sodium, saturated fat, chemical preservatives, nitrites.
Yum.
Which are linked to an increased risk of cancer, heart disease, high blood pressure, and stroke.
Yeah. And then as you ever go to the deli and they're out of the turkey you want and they say, let me go in the back and get a new one. And they go in their back and they get it and they come out and they shave off a couple of the chunks and then they just throw it into that bucket that's sitting on the metal thing where they're slicing, or they got the cheese slicer and then they got the meat slicer and there's just cold cut guts everywhere. There's got to be listeria all over that place. 855-839-1210. All right, let's grab some calls. A lot of people want to talk health. Let me start actually on line 1. Second caller. Let's go Jim in Jenkintown. Jim, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Hey, Jim.
So I got the solution for the food issues, right? Instead of trying to manage the long list of things and things you can't buy when you're on government assistance and police that, why not just come up with the smaller list of things that are approved, right? And that's it. Come up with that list. Yeah. And second, for our communist friends out there that want these government-run grocery stores, let them go find a space, rent it, buy the equipment, set up a grocery store, and negotiate the cost of those approved foods and put them in the government-run grocery stores. So now you have a brick-and-mortar store where folks can go to get all their approved benefit foods right? And everything will just work out that way. I don't know why we're trying to police every little flavor of every little thing. Like, it's too much. You don't need to do it.
Yeah.
Just come up with a list of approved things.
Right. And then, of course, you have the states on a state-by-state basis saying, we'll adhere to this, or we're going to challenge that, and then we're going to create this list of yes and that list of no, and then it becomes just a total convoluted mess, right, Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. But that's what we vote for, right? You vote for the people in your state and your local elections that say, yep, fine. It makes sense to allow people to buy XYZ foods, and this person that wants cases of soda allowed and everything else, that really doesn't make sense. So I don't agree with their policy.
Yeah.
You know, let the votes speak for themselves.
No, you're right, Jim. Appreciate the call. And then, of course, now you have the, speaking of advertising and scams, like Greg's talking about the scam of organic. Have you seen those new sodas? They're like, was it prebiotic or probiotic sodas that are being marketed now? And they have young influencers on TV talking about how good they are, only 1 gram of sugar and much better for your gut health versus traditional sodas and all of that. So you got all that going on out there.
And all those red dyes, yellow, blue,
Yeah.
green, all those dyes. I mean, to your point, when you think about all the policing of this, I agree with that. And I don't like government telling people, you can't have a soda, or you can't do this, you can't do that. I don't like that. However, two things. When it comes to school lunches, I know they're working to make the school lunches healthier, bring back the gardens in schools, because now you can use that as a holistic learning thing. If you have a garden and you're measuring and you're growing things, I think that's fantastic. And there are a lot of great lessons within that, number one. And number two, I will just say, you know, as far as this goes, look at all these other countries in the world. If it's made in America, they make certain things in America that are cheaper with all these nasty chemicals that we as Americans get to eat. When they ship it overseas, they're shipping over a healthier product that is tolerated for other countries who have zero tolerance for all the crud that we're putting in our foods.
Yep. 855-839-1210. Dr. Craig in Mullica Hill. What's up, Dr. Craig?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Nick, Greg, the Synicist, and Dawn, the Fern that we just spray with water every now and again just to make sure that she's hydrated, and the talented team there at 1210. You guys are awesome. You got the right idea here. With SNAP benefits, things like that, it should be, you know, paying for what we should be paying for. That is to say, vegetables and things. We shouldn't be paying for anything that comes in a Mylar bag or a bottle or things like that. I think it's important that, you know, I think we can all agree that vegetables are most nutrient dense, right? And have the most water in the product, so they're the healthiest things that you can eat. Now, obviously, everybody has different dietary needs and wants and allergies and every other thing. However, I think we can all agree on vegetables. So if we're going to put people on public assistance, which is a challenging thing, and you're going to pay for somebody else's food, it probably should be the most nutritious. And if they decide to do other things, it should be with their own funds, not with, you know, state funds.
Yeah, no, I agree, Dr. Craig. And I'm like one of these people. I love every vegetable. I know there are people out there that just hate vegetables. Oh, I can't do broccoli.
Well, we've had this conversation with Matt Rooney, because I always say Matt Rooney because he puts butter on all the vegetables. I said the actual taste of vegetables are good.
I agree.
Just put a little grilled. Just put a little, put them in the grill, put them in the air fryer, put a little olive oil on them. They're fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you don't need pounds of butter or cheese.
We do asparagus with olive oil twice a week.
Yeah.
Fresh asparagus, not out of a can.
Does it make your pee stink?
Asparagus, yes.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, everything comes out of me stinks.
It doesn't. It doesn't make everybody's pee stink.
Really?
That's the reason I'm. That's the reason I'm asking.
Yeah,
I know people whose pee doesn't stink after they eat asparagus.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes mine stink.
Broccoli causes
Just in
a
case you
lot
wanted
of
to know.
flatulence, by the way. But I love broccoli.
It's so good for you. I have to put it like in the blender and disguise it, and I put it in the pasta sauce. Or some kind of a sauce.
I'm thinking the only vegetable I don't like are peas. Other than that, I can eat every vegetable known to man.
That was my brother.
I'm not. They're too mushy.
Do you like not asparagus? What's the other
Brussels
one?
sprouts?
Brussels sprouts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put them in the oven.
A little balsamic.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, balsamic.
So
yes.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really not that hard to eat clean and healthy if you like I could eat a salad every day for lunch. Now, again, you got to be careful with the dressings, the cheeses, the eggs. When you start throwing in a ton of dairy, then you lose kind of that, hey, I'm trying to lose weight. Now all of a sudden I put a pound of Hidden Valley Ranch on, and next thing you know, you're not losing the weight you want to lose. But Dawn, you illustrated a great point with the school lunches. I remember as a kid, there were stretches where I was a packer and I was a buyer, and it was pretty much, I would say they rotated 7 or 8 items on the Monday through Friday calendar over the course of the month. You had chicken fingers and fries. You had chicken patty sandwiches and fries. You had taco boats. You had the Bobo Elio's square pizza. And maybe there was like a spaghetti type lasagna, which was always atrocious. And there was Hoagie Day. Hoagie. And maybe 1 or 2 items. If you think about that. And what the school provides, you're not getting, quote, the better brand type stuff or the better quality. You're getting bottom of the barrel stuff. That's not good for kids at all.
No.
Then you throw in the soda machines that have been installed in schools and the snack machines, or in our, when we got to high school, you were able to buy soda, like elementary and middle school, it was either juice, milk, or chocolate milk. And then you add in all the sugar, and you've got an 11th grader who's bouncing off the walls in 6th period. It's a total disaster.
Yeah.
No wonder why teachers want to kill these kids.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, the fact that you have all of these kids with all of these different, like ADD and stuff like that, you can link these red dyes and some of these chemicals to ADD. My pediatrician always said, don't give, especially Fruit Loops and Fruity Pebbles, don't give your kids that stuff.
Right.
I've had doctors and pediatricians tell me that.
So
I do believe that there's a connection to it.
Is there a best cereal? Is it Cheerios?
There's no best cereal.
There is no cereal, yeah. You're better off with what? Like just
eggs.
Eating oatmeal or whole grains?
If it's
Even
oatmeal, well,
even oatmeal's not
if
good
it's
for you.
oatmeal though, it's all this instant stuff, high heat. So if it's oatmeal, I hate to break it to you, but it should be that steel cut, the stuff that takes you like half an hour to make on the stove.
That's a scam too.
But it depends.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. She falls for
So
it.
what should we have for breakfast then? Just egg whites?
She sees a bunch of Instagram influencers. She's like, oh, I'll believe this one today.
Whatever Dawn's doing is working because she doesn't have a pound of fat on her.
I've studied this stuff. I mean, I have so many books. I've studied it. I've reported on it for years. I've interviewed a gazillion doctors on it. I have really studied it. I'm not even kidding you. Okay. And so there were reports. You can look it up. I remember discussing it with Brian, Dr. Brian McDonough. We talked about this. There were all these reports about cereals and the high heat that's used to make the crunch, also the chips. So what makes that crunch that's so wonderful that we've gotten used to with our cereals and chips and things like that, that high heat does something to the food, and then you add those chemicals, and so it's really not good for us. We have that in our food. That's something that those other countries around the world do not allow. There's a reason for that.
855-839-1210. Jim is in Feasterville. He's up next. What's up, Jimmy?
Good morning crew. I love this show. First time caller, so I appreciate that. Since we're talking about health, Kayal, I just got to criticize your plan real quick.
By all means, it's a flawed plan. Trust me.
Please do, Jim.
I know you're not going to hurt my feelings.
I heard you a couple of days ago, and I just wanted to call in. Now's the time. But you're talking about cutting out carbs, lower calories, and you're going to work out 6 days a week. You are on a road to disaster because you're going to lose all that weight and you're going to gain it right back.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, because you're probably losing water weight because carbs hold the water. But you just go to the gym, work out 2 to 3 days a week, full body, and just eat high protein, good fats, and a little bit of carbs, man. Eat your fruits. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Your body's going to get efficient, and it's just going to put all that weight back on.
That's what I'm trying to do.
He's 1 billion. Jim is 1 billion% correct. So thank you for that, Jim, because I've been trying to tell him this stuff, and he hasn't listened to me. He thinks I'm making fun of him, which I'm not.
Well, he's on his journey.
I'm protecting my peace, Gregory.
No, but I've gone through all of it, like all of this stuff. And Greg, how many times have you said, Dawn's always on a diet? Last night I told this dinner and I put butter in there, put olive oil and butter and garlic, huge T-bone steak that I made for Larry and for me, and like all these great vegetables. And I'm still full.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And for years, how many times did you and I, how many years did we were vegetarians or we weren't eating beef?
Mm-hmm.
I went through years where I would not eat any meat, and I was trying to eat this vegan diet, which unless you know how to make tofu and lentils, unless you've learned how to do that, if you've grown up, with just meat, it's really hard unless you know what you're doing with tofu and all the lentils and stuff.
When I was a vegetarian, I was actually my unhealthiest in my entire life.
Really?
That's the God's honest truth. Yeah. Because I tried not to eat meat, so I was eating a bunch of crap, So you eat more carbs, you eat more fake processed stuff, and it's, unless you're going to be like that strict guy who literally just has vegetables and seafood, I had a lot of pasta and a lot of this, and I put on weight, and I didn't like it, and when I switched back to just literally just eating food. And when I say that, I mean just literally just eat food, and it works. Like, I'm not dieting. I haven't been dieting. I'm working out a little bit more, but it's like I'm healthier now than I was.
You were on a sushi kick for a while, right?
Oh, I've eaten sushi for years.
Yeah.
I love sushi.
Right.
Sushi's I would eat it every day of the week if I could.
That's an incredibly healthy.
It's
right?
Yes and no.
Or is the rice bad?
Well, yes, the rice is bad, and also there's a lot of mercury in raw fish, especially tuna. So you have to be careful with that because you don't want to get like mercury poisoning or something like that.
Yeah, but see what happens though. We're pointing out the one bad thing that can happen with everything. Well, tuna's great, but you got to be careful for the mercury. Well, this is great, but watch out for the what was the bacteria that Dawn mentioned with an L? Listeria. Like, this is where you drive yourself insane. I always bring up the person that's trying to buy everything that's made in America. Oh, I won't buy something because the tag says Vietnam or something. Like, you start obsessing over those things and you go insane trying to perfect your existence, right? Like, I mean, I'm not going to, like, I have sushi once a week. I go to that place over in Bluebell where they get the bowls and they do it fresh right in front of you. I don't think about mercury in my tuna. Like that's like the person that said, "Well, the flu counts up higher this month." I'm worried. Like, I don't want to live my life in fear. We're all gonna die, right? And I'm really. And thank you for Joe in Feasterville or whoever that was. I'm trying. I'm gonna get there. I think I've done it before. I was 205 when my daughters were born, and I lost a good 25 pounds in about a year and a half. So the fact that I could lose 30 in the next 3 months is probably a falsehood. But I'm going to try.
What Jim was saying is the truth, though. It's not. It's not you being able to lose weight. If you cut one thing out of your diet, by definition, you're going to lose weight.
And my goal is to stay there. I'm not just going to go back to eating primo hoagies every Friday and cheat day pizza Friday.
But the problem with what you're doing, and Jim is correct, is you have to completely change your lifestyle.
Right.
And if you don't, if you say, well, I lost 20 pounds or whatever it is, now I need to go back and now I'm okay. Now I can drink all the time.
Oh, no. I don't want to go back to that at all.
You're just going to go back to the weight you were.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to, starve myself or anything. I'm trying to pretty much just have, eggs, turkey, fish, vegetables, a little bit of chicken, actually a lot of chicken. I actually like ground turkey. I think is a good approach as well. Or is there something I should be fearful of turkey?
Ground turkey's fine.
Okay,
ground turkey's fine.
But it also has no flavor. You got to put a ton of garlic in it, fresh garlic, obviously, and season the hell out of it. I think because it can get a little mundane.
Put cayenne pepper.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good call by you. You want to put together a meal plan for me, Stenzel? I'll take it. I'll pay you for it.
Honestly, guys, just like, Dawn says this, and it's true. Like, look at what they're doing in countries like Japan and the Mediterranean countries where they live longer.
Yeah.
What are they doing over there? Just mimic what they're doing.
Yeah.
It seems to work.
You're right. All right, coming up next, let's get to that voting fraud story in Washington. I've got a clip from a newscast for you. And the amount of Americans that now identify as independents is a new record in the country. We're back after this.
Did you know that you can avoid 30% of all HVAC breakdowns, all problems, 30% if you have, well, I'll just say this. You've got my guys, Marvin E. Cans, because if you have that regular service plan where you've got good guys and they're checking out the HVAC system every 6 months like I do, changing those filters and monitoring it, it's kind of like the health conversation we were having, if you think about it. So it's more like protective medicine and preventive medicine. So one more reason to call my guys Marvin E. Cans. When you think about the fact that, yes, we're in some 50-degree little window here, 50 degrees, beautiful weather today and tomorrow for January, but then we dip right back down with some snow in the forecast, and it's going to be chilly again because, yeah, it's January, it's winter. You want to make sure that your HVAC, your system is good to go and working properly, especially to keep your power bills lower. And that's where my guys come in. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. You got to replace that old unit with a Train furnace if they assess that you need a new system. Train, it's hard to stop a train, Trane. Just go to my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Every year, retirees eagerly anticipate the announcement of the new Social Security Cost of Living Adjustment, also known as COLA, which is designed to help retirees' Social Security income keep pace with inflation. This week's expert report reveals COLA's shortfalls and a proven method to fight those shortfalls in the face of rising costs. The COLA for 2026 is a 2.8% increase, or about $56 more each month for the average retiree taking Social Security. COLA is calculated using the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, which tracks the spending habits of working Americans, not retirees. It doesn't measure the true cost of what retirees spend most on, like utilities, prescriptions, housing, and insurance costs, all of which have risen much faster than basic inflation. So while Social Security is adding $56 to your check, your bills are taking hundreds of dollars more from your wallet. Combating rising costs is hardly a new issue, which is why the Crash Proof Retirement System features proprietary inflation fighters that allow everyday Americans to increase their income by up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting their nest egg. As you draw income to offset higher expenses, your nest egg is protected from market risk and fees. The money withdrawn can be replenished with the potential for double-digit interest returns that can't be taken away. To learn more, schedule a no-cost financial checkup with a licensed retirement phase expert by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting CrashProofRetirement.com and discover a better way to fight inflation today.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$7:36. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, rolling along here on this Tuesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Cut sheet in under 10 minutes. Our buddy Matt Rooney coming up for a Rooney Tuesday. That's at 8:30.
Oh, wait, hang on.
By the way, a lot of people loving it.
Hello, Rooney Tuesday, here on Kayal and Company. Coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
Rooney,
Calm down. Robbie! Robbie!
The evolution of this show with different little bits, all really Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, has been tremendous. We continue to evolve with the times here, folks.
Yes.
On this show.
Yeah, we don't stay in one place, do we?
No, we don't.
Well, I do because I'm just a fern.
Yes.
Being misted.
Occasionally being
made
misted.
my day. Like,
Dr. Craig,
Dr. Craig.
said that you're a fern being misted.
So you don't dehydrate.
just missed me.
Which, you know, he's not wrong. 6 hours of talking, dehydration. All the coffee Dawn drinks, dehydration. Caffeine dehydrates you.
I only have this one in the steel cup.
Mm-hmm.
I have one. That's it.
Oh.
All day.
Okay.
I just...
You're naturally perky.
Yes.
HR!
Just missed.
Just missed. All right, let me get to this news story. This is amazing. I was always told that voter fraud's a lie and a right-wing talking point, and there's no fraudulent ballots and no multiple and duplicate ballots and things like that. A Washington woman has been arrested for allegedly submitting multiple fraudulent mail-in ballots that were counted in the 2024 general election. Esperanza Contreras, 52, is the manager of an apartment building in Pasco, which is part of Washington's Tri-Cities region. It's about 220 miles southeast of Seattle. Franklin County Sheriff's Office detectives began investigating Contreras in October after a Washington state prosecuting attorney reported an irregular ballot that was counted in the last presidential election. That irregular ballot came from a voter who had moved across state lines to Oregon, which is just south of Pasco. It's Hermiston, Oregon. When investigators looked into the Washington address, they discovered 3 additional suspicious ballots that had been sent to former tenants of the apartment building that Contreras managed. Phil, this is clip K1. Let's roll this, I believe, local newscast.
Filling out and submitting ballots from her former tenants.
In Franklin County, an apartment manager with access to ballots from former tenants allegedly abusing the system. This confirmed by Detective Andrew Gardner in his investigation.
I was able to identify several other ballots that look to be looked to have characteristics on the signature line that were not consistent with the signatures on file.
Investigators say 4 ballots were illegally submitted, with 3 being counted in the 2024 general election. The outlier was rejected because of a mismatched signature.
This case is still open, and we are still collecting information from community members that may have been affected by this.
According to the sheriff's office, the woman admitted to voting all 4 ballots and forging the signatures. She was booked into Franklin County Jail for 12 felony charges related.
We've also, on the Minneapolis and state of Minnesota fraud front, we've heard about the amount of fraudulent votes that were registered in 2024. Very interesting that these things seemingly always happen in blue cities or blue states. And I don't want voter fraud for Republicans either, but it always seems to me like it always works out in favor of the D's versus the R's. According to a press release from Franklin County Sheriff, Contreras admitted to voting on all of the ballots and forging the signatures. They go on to say the voter fraud undermines the integrity of the electoral process and erodes public confidence in the fairness of elections. Obviously, Linda Kearns, one of our great election integrity lawyers. I mean, you know, Dawn, when you look at this, and I know it's only 3, it didn't change the outcome, but this is just the stuff that we're discovering that local news is running with. How many other ones are the media not running with? How many of them are also out there that maybe you can't truly verify the fraud, but your sniffer is up a little bit, your antennas pop up, and you're like, something doesn't smell right here. I just think we have made this such a murky area where it doesn't need to be that way. You know, we've got midterms coming up this year. I just wish, and maybe it's wishful thinking. I don't think it should be wishful thinking. I just want paper ballots, same-day elections, same-day results. If you have to make it a national holiday, a state holiday, so people can't do X, Y, and Z, and I always use, well, if it's important to you, you find a way to get to the ballots. I just look around at some states that do it the right way and other countries that are below us in the pecking order of greatness, and they can figure it out. Yet we make it such a convoluted mess. It's infuriating.
Well, and even the story with Fulton County, this takes us back to Georgia.
Right.
And that whole story that we talked about, that Fulton County then admitted that they verified those 315,000 votes back in 2020 without the poll worker signatures or the signature verification. And so, the fact that they've now they admit it, but I think on so many different levels, that's why we love Linda Kearns, right? Because she's somebody who says we can all agree, let's have election integrity.
And
right?
she prefers olive oil over butter when cooking.
She does. And she loves all the olive oil and, Italy and all that stuff. But the truth is that when you think about our elections, I'll take you back to the pandemic. It was the Republicans here in Pennsylvania who got played and allowed a lot of these things, these rules that protect our election integrity. They did allow in our state legislature, our Commonwealth, to loosen up the rules because of COVID. And I will say that, when you think about mail-in balloting, there's a way to do it. When you look at Florida, everybody should just look at Florida and do what Florida does, because
Mustard.
Florida went through, what, back in the day with the
Hanging chads.
Yeah, the hanging chads, So they went through it. They figured it out. We all have to figure it out.
I agree. And then last quick story before we get to the cut sheet. I found this very interesting. Gallup survey shows a new record. 45% of Americans now identify as independents. This also from Fox News. There's been a significant political shift in Americans' political party identification in the first year of President Donald Trump's second term in office, according to a new poll. The findings of a Gallup survey released yesterday found that 45% of adults identified as political independents in 2025 after the 2024 election, a record number that has surpassed the previous high of 43%, which has occurred at three different points in our history: 2014, 2023, and 2024. U.S. adults who identified as either Democrat or Republican are now tied at 27% each, according to the poll. So 45% of Americans independent, 27% Republican, 27% Democrat. When you look at Gen Z adults, about 56% now call themselves independents, compared with 47% of millennials and 40% of Gen X adults. And I think this is twofold. I think there are some former Democrats that sit there and say, I have common sense and I have logic, and I can't identify, even after the Democrats lost in 2024. And you would think it would be a reckoning, maybe a return to normalcy and logic and basic functionality. No, they've gone further left. They've gone from progressivism to socialism. And then I think there might be some Republicans that maybe voted Republican for the first time, that knew Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were frauds and disasters, that maybe voted Trump, and a year in, and I know the Republican base, Trump is still polling around 87 or 88%, but maybe there's a fraction of those people that feel like they have not gotten what they told they were going to get in the first term that have become independent. I don't think, though, this is one of those things where, well, we're on the verge for a third party. It's bound to happen. I will still stand by my take of we will see a female president in my lifetime before we will see a true legitimate third party. But I found that to be interesting, especially with midterms being so important in 2026. Small majority for the Republicans with the House. If we are looking at close to 50% of this country independent, that means you might have people, I think there's going to definitely be some that sit it out and say, I'm done with both. I think there's a fatigue for both parties, but it also goes to show you there's still a sizable chunk of voters out there that are there for the taking, right? When we talk about 2026, you want to talk about keeping the House, keeping the Senate. You know, we've got governor race. By the way, have you seen Shapiro's latest campaign ad that he's running on? Get S done. Mm-hmm. You know what he's really trying to do? And I thought about this last night. Shapiro is trying to separate himself from the part of the Democrat Party that doesn't cater to men. He's trying to play this, like, I don't even want to call it a tough guy role or the tough guy card, but get sugar honey iced tea done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I will say about the voter reg, I don't like that you can look up anybody's voter registration with a limited amount of information about them, because I think it's the new discrimination that is allowed. And so I believe that a lot of people are registering as independents because they know that an employer, a neighbor, anybody can look up their voter registration and then judge them and discriminate against them.
I like that take, right? Yeah. So you think it should be like kind of like almost HIPAA where your health information is protected?
That's your private information. I think it's too easy to look up people's address. It's too easy to look up whether they're a D or an R in this divisive, violent community, unfortunately, this climate.
I like that take. All right, let's wrap there. 7:48. What's on that stinking cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Rooney Tuesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Brian Krieger, and everybody there at Tri-County Auto. You want a new Toyota? President talked about Toyotas, by the way. If you want a new Toyota, go to Tri-County Auto. They're in Royersford. 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 Speaking of Governor Shapiro, he was on the Brian Tyler Cohen podcast.
Is that a successful podcast?
I have no idea. No idea who he is.
I've heard of it, but I've never listened to it.
Everybody has a podcast.
Yeah. Including Rich. Weeknights, 6 to 7 here.
Oh, look at you. Thank you very much.
On 1210 WPHT.
Are you eating?
Yeah, I'm having blackberries.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully there's no diseases or anything in this that can...
It's very good for you.
Thank you.
Depends. How many you have?
Yeah, gee, here we go. I'll probably... This little container, it's... What is this, 16 ounces? No, it's 6 ounce. It's a 6 ounce container of blackberries. This is the second day. I'll probably do this. Is half yesterday, half today.
That's good. That's good. So Governor Shapiro. So we have Mayor Kenny weighing in on ICE. We have Sheriff Bilal weighing in on ICE. Now Governor Shapiro.
Mayor Kenny.
Mayor. Did I say Mayor Kenny?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we definitely haven't heard from Mayor Parker on it. But did Kenny issue a statement out of office?
No.
Okay.
It was.
Thought I might have missed something.
Krasner.
Okay. Yep.
D.A. Krasner.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
I'm still stuck 10 years ago.
No.
Governor Shapiro now weighs in on ICE. Roll this.
Let's take another piece of this, which I know is incredibly disturbing to me and many others, and that is that these ICE officials, these ICE agents, are running around masked. I can speak to the laws here in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, we have very, very strict rules of the road as to when a law enforcement official can wear a mask when they're going out in public in very limited situations. And we're very careful about that because we understand that when someone is masked or perhaps they're not being identified as a law enforcement official, you can create real chaos in a community. We're very purposeful about masking. What's clear is that ICE thinks they can operate under different rules that we know breed mistrust in a community, rules that we know can lead to tragic outcomes in a community. So I share that just as one example of how you've got situations where local law enforcement, where state law enforcement are working in concert with a community. And again, here in Pennsylvania, we do that and crime is down. And when they come in and don't work in concert, tragedy strikes.
Well, a couple of things, Gov. I'm going to steal your re-election campaign slogan of getting sugar honey iced tea done. That's exactly what ICE has been tasked to do. Get S done. That's what Trump said it, I think, as he was on Air Force One. This is why, or one of the reasons why I won the election. People voted for me to get this accomplished. And again, with the masks, it's to protect their identity. I mean, even Dawn had mentioned they are still not, quote, officially putting out the name of the ICE agent. Why? Because we live in a world now where the bad guys get shot in the face and die because they used a 4,000-pound vehicle to try to run over law enforcement. He defends himself, but now he has to protect himself and his family and loved ones, all for carrying out the duties he was tasked to do. So Shapiro again, and it's ICE. That's the talking point now, Dawn. ICE is creating fear in the community. No. The Biden administration created fear for Americans by allowing 10 plus million illegal immigrants into the country, many of which are bad hombres. And now the good guys are here to take out the trash.
Can I ask you guys a serious question?
Sure.
You're going to think I'm being snarky, but I genuinely am curious what you both think. Do you think that what's happening right now, and I don't mean with this listening audience, I don't mean with you two, I mean with the general public, do you think the ICE raids are popular?
No.
Amongst the American people?
No. Not popular, but my counter has been, what did you expect it to look like or sound like? Right? Like, these guys are not coming up here to give you a motor vehicle violation citation. Like, these are trained badasses to deal with a lot of bad people. It's not going to be pretty. And if you think about all of the encounters, I don't know what the actual number is. Forget arrests, deportations, the few times where they've apprehended somebody or detained and released and had a bad identity or whatever. Mm-hmm. They're operating at a very high success rate. Are they not? I mean, this is, again, like policing where, cops are bad guys. No, 99.9% of cops do the job the right way. But the Democrats take one or two things and say, see? No, they're bad. They're batting 9 out of 10. They're doing a pretty good job.
So if you look at ice.gov, they have all the mugshots of individuals, some of the worst, including one headline, ICE arrest criminal illegal alien. This is somebody convicted from Mexico who fled to this country and came here illegally. And he's convicted already of child cruelty in New Jersey. And so I think part of what's happening is, if you notice in the headlines, you see ICE out in a neighborhood. You see a lot of, generally speaking, white people surrounding those law enforcement agents who, yes, sometimes are wearing masks, although we see the protesters wearing masks.
Right.
But we know that the agents and the officers are being spat upon. That's a pretty common thing. So I think give them some kind of a football helmet shield or something that they can wear, so when they throw stuff at them, like frozen water bottles or objects or sticks or spit on them, they're protected in many ways. But what's the problem that I see here is that nobody's reporting on who they're arresting. Isn't that interesting? You never see who's being arrested.
And I'm so glad.
Mugshots.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you brought up the fact that the protesters are white. Have you noticed throughout the country, you don't see black people protesting this. You don't see black and brown skinned individuals protesting this.
Nope.
Do we see Latino and Southern American country residents protesting this?
Nope.
No. They don't want illegal violent criminals in their country either. I know that, like, the media doesn't want to talk about that, but it's always a 58-year-old liberal white woman. I don't see any black protesters. This isn't George Floyd. This isn't Minneapolis 2020. I don't see anybody from Mexico or Venezuela or Argentina, whether they're here legally or illegally, protesting this.
And the other piece of this that I'll continue to always point out is that, much like we don't require voter ID and we have an ID problem in this country, even though it's required for everything else, at the same time, when you look at statistics, when you look at who wants us to always check the box, it's always the left. They cannot have enough studies. They cannot have enough surveys and whatnot that you're forced to check all the boxes and say what your ethnicity is and what your sex is and what your gender is. And yet they never will legislate. Nobody has it where it should be a federal law that anytime you are pulled over, you are arrested, you are convicted, it should say your status as to, are you a citizen? Are you a non-citizen? Are you accused of illegal, or are you on some kind of a visa type thing? Or did that visa expire? That's important, because if you came to this country, quote unquote, legally, and you're on a visa, then you came here legally. It's only a civil accusation. Mm-hmm. But if you came to this country illegally in the first place, that is an actual crime.
Right. It's a misdemeanor first offense, felony second time.
So people don't talk about these things.
Yep.
This should be recorded, And the reason I say that is because everybody in the media says, well, when you talk about this, the immigrants, because they put them all in one box, the immigrants, they don't even, they're accused of a small number of crimes. You know why? Because we don't keep those stats.
Yeah.
That's why. Let's keep some stats.
And
maybe we can learn from it. And maybe it's good for one group of people, and maybe it's convincing, in another way, but why don't we keep that stat?
And by the way, too, most people in life, much less law enforcement, when interactions occur, they usually treat you the way you treat them. So let's say you are here illegally, but you're not a violent illegal immigrant, and you're here illegally, and you entered, which again is still a crime in itself, but you're not a rapist, you're not a killer. If you get approached at I saw one in Minneapolis where ICE agents were going up to a construction site and there were people working on the roof and they approach you. If you're respectful, you're probably going to be detained respectfully. If you resist, they respond with force. Like it's kind of a give and take, right? It's the same thing like when you get pulled over. If you're respectful to a law enforcement officer and you get pulled over for speeding, odds are the cop's going to be relatively respectful with you. You start to get mouthy, and then things get worse. You try to flee, then you're going to find out. I mean, it's very reciprocal. I just, this notion that like the ICE agents are the boogeyman is just a narrative from the Democrats to do what they do best.
It's working, though.
And you're right. I would actually argue, and I'm just going to guess here, I've not seen a single poll. ICE's favorability rating right now, universally, Republican and Democrat, if I had to guess, I don't know, 42%, 38%. I bet you it's probably well below 50%. It shouldn't be, but I bet you that's where it's at.
The problem, too, is that they want to... The administration doing these hype videos with the ICE agents isn't helping their cause in any way, because it looks like most Americans are compassionate people. And I think that one of the biggest reasons that Trump was elected in 2024 was the immigration issue. And I think that if you polled 90% of the people, they think we had an immigration problem in 2024. Maybe not 90, but a good majority did. And you're right, Nick, that how did they expect this was going to happen is a very valid and fair thing to say. The problem is that when you make hype videos and you make it like it's a game and you make it like it's a video game, it puts a bad taste in the public's mouth.
Even for the most violent offenders that they've apprehended?
Yes.
Well, because we don't see the mugshots. What they should do the opposite. Greg has a great point. The videos should be of someone, particularly someone in the Hispanic, Latina, or immigrant community who says they broke into my house, and this is someone who's like a person in the quote-unquote legal immigrant community. He broke into my house. He kidnapped my daughter and did unthinkable things. Thank you to the officers who caught this guy. So that you're distinguishing within communities who are the bad guys. Mm-hmm. I will tell you that over the weekend, we listened to this comedian who's really funny. He's on SNL, Marcelo Hernandez. He's on the SNL cast just for a couple of years. He's of Cuban and Dominican descent. Really funny guy. And talks about being hardworking and growing up in the Latina community and that sort of thing.
He has a Netflix special, right?
Did you see it? It's
I
really
haven't.
good.
I just read about it.
But at one point, he addresses for example, he goes, "Hey, don't hate us. We take the jobs nobody else wants." He goes, "Because you know what? When we were little, we said, 'Mommy, I'm depressed,' and our mom was like, We work too hard. We don't have time to be depressed." He goes, "I wanted the ADD, but I couldn't have it because I had to go to school." Like, he talks about all this stuff that like quote unquote white kids do and have, and that like his community couldn't have any of that because they're like super hardworking and they're just told like go out there and work and zero tolerance, really tough.
Right.
But at one point he said, "Hey, don't think that we're like bad because we're an immigrant," because he goes, "Everybody I know in my community, they're not criminals. You know what their biggest crime is? That they want to work.
Yeah.
And they take the jobs nobody else has." So that's what I think. If I were to say to Kristi Noem, who's very attractive and she looks really good in her videos, put some of these different individuals, the mugshots, but also the survivors who are grateful for these officers making their lives safer. That's the way to go.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Nick, are you familiar with the Real American Freestyle Wrestling?
No.
It's Eric Bischoff's new
his
thing.
venture.
So, this was actually Hulk Hogan was involved in this too. He was a partner in this.
Oh, does that have to do with the Real American beer?
I don't
Hogan
know.
had a beer out.
They do these. They do like these amateur wrestling events.
Okay, so this is like the continuation of like high school wrestling.
Yes,
It's a new professionalized league.
Yep. They just held one of their new promotions pay-per-view events. They partnered with Fox Nation, so you can see all of their events and stuff like that on Fox Nation. MMA star Colby Covington was the big. He was the big attraction for this event that they held in Florida, I believe. And he won 12-0.
Okay.
In the main event against who was it? Rockhold.
So Covington's a UFC guy, but he has a wrestling background.
Luke Rockhold, MMA.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. It's it's all kind of amateur wrestling.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
Right.
And he said this. So this happened January 10th. So over the weekend, after the event. Roll this.
Thank you to all the military, law enforcement, ICE, all the real heroes that stand up for us.
Nice. You know, there's definitely something in the world of combat sports where they identify with this administration. And I'm talking beyond, Trump showing up at a UFC event, coming out to Kid Rock, waving, sitting down, blah, blah. But we've seen this now. John Bone Jones. Who else have we seen? The one Latino star. We've seen a lot of these UFC guys that like personally shout out either Trump or the military or law enforcement. So, I think this is that the anti-ICE thing is an escalation of defund the police, Democrat-driven, obviously. But I do think, and not to just paint with a broad brush, I think it's more female Democrat. Like, I think a common sense male Democrat out there, and I'm not talking like a Tim Walz Democrat or a Doug Emhoff, here's the new definition of masculinity Democrat, but like a laborer, a union worker. Like, I think they still obviously respect and stand with law enforcement and including ICE. I think it's the further you go left and more female demographics is where this true disdain for upholding the law because they're sent in by Trump that you get that pushback.
By the way, I'm a huge Eric Bischoff fan, but move that video over again, Phil. That looks like a very not full house.
A lot of empty seats.
A lot of empty seats there.
I'll give this promotion 18 months. 18 months.
So I would try and pump up your promotion a little bit there.
Oh, he's got cauliflower ear too.
Mr. Bischoff. Yeah.
That's got to be an awful thing to have. See if we can slide that back in here, Phil. Look at that ear. That's from wearing those the wrestling headgear.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of my buddies that have that.
Did you ever wrestle?
I tried it. I tried it when I was 7 years old.
It was really big in the area you and I grew up
Yeah, the Lehigh Valley is a huge wrestling area.
Huge wrestling area.
Well, it's huge. It's huge all across the country and across our region.
Yeah. Penn State, state championships.
All the high schools here.
Yep. I couldn't deal with it. When I was like 7 years old, I hated how hot the wrestling practice room was. They would crank the thermostat up, and I just couldn't do it. So I stuck to football.
Let's stick with Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, again, all over TV. He loves he's all over TV these days. Let's start with 13. He says the harshest critics about him when he had his stroke were from the Democrat base.
Really? Back in 2022, before he started speaking out against his party?
That's what he says. This is courtesy of the Will Cain Show. Roll this.
The right would say really rough things and names. Some names I won't repeat on TV. But the on the left, it was like they want me to die, or that we're cheering for your next stroke, or that's terrible that depression won. Why couldn't it depression won?
Guy votes against Trump 94% of the time, and you want him dead? I'm telling you, it's the difference, man. That's the difference.
I have to say something too. That like nobody's saying that to John Fetterman's face. It's. I'm sure he's getting emails or social media
tweets
because people are pussies and they can't say anything to anybody's face. So they have to say it on chats, on the YouTube comments, or on Twitter, and it's disgraceful. It's disgraceful that people have all of this moxie and courage when they have when they have a anonymity in front of them. Like say that to his face. Nobody's doing that.
Yeah,
nobody's saying it to his face.
Massively big dude, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
6'7", 280, and you got somebody like that little punk Big John that wanted to intimidate Frank Scales. He's 5'5". 207 pounds, looks like a little sawed-off runt.
You can say what you will about me, but like my name is out there.
Yeah.
Greg Stalker is my real name. I say everything, all the awful things I say, I stand behind, and I comment as myself. So like I wish more people would do that. Have the balls to say things.
You just talk about the difference, though, with the words versus the actions, the wishing ill will versus calling somebody, a derogatory, word. I'm sure Fetterman post-stroke has received the derogatory R word his way. But rooting for the guy to have another stroke, rooting for the guy to die, like, in the light of the death of Charlie Kirk, I mean, so many people on the left celebrating. Did you see any riots from the right? Did you see any mass protests, which is your right to do, by the way? No, there was like vigils, candlelight services. I didn't see any violence after Charlie Kirk was killed. Renee Good stepped over and above what she should have done, found out the hard way, and we've got a city that wants to burn down now. And now we want an ICE agent dead. Like, that's the difference between the right and the left. That's why that I was so I don't even want to say excited, but so pumped up to share that story from The Atlantic 2 or 3 months ago around Halloween, where left-wing violence politically, for the first time in decades, surpassed right-wing violence, and it's all driven by their hatred for Trump.
By the way, everybody's calling you out, Nick, because headgear actually reduces cauliflower ear.
Now we got cauliflower ear experts. Is my hotkey fader up? Here's what I think about you guys. All right,
get off my YouTube.
Okay, all right. Well, how do these wrestlers end up with it so much? By not wearing it, I'm assuming.
Probably when they were younger.
Yeah, you talk about dirty surfaces. You forget your tuna and your deli slicer. Ugh. Those wrestling mats.
Nasty, stinky.
A couple more on the Senator Fetterman. He's like all over the place. This is 20. He supports military action in Iran. Great.
Was he
another war hawk?
I'm looking up his numbers. So party loyalty 91 to 93% of the time, but break it down.
Yeah.
Planned Parenthood, abortion type issues 100%.
Yep.
For Planned Parenthood, etc. 100%. So that does well, I guess, with those women voters.
Yep.
But when it comes to foreign relations and those kinds of votes, 80%. So 20% of the time with the R's. So that's
he's
an
a little
interesting
bit,
breakdown.
A little bit more America first when it comes to military action, except for this clip we're about to play.
Roll this.
Let's talk about this right now. Joining us is the Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Senator, thank you for your time. The president saying he's now considering taking military action inside Iran. Do you want the U.S. to get involved like that?
Sure, absolutely. And now if it continues to make more sense, absolutely. I think I was the only Democrat that fully supported our strike of their Iranian nuclear facilities last year. And now, by then, without those kinds of strikes, Iran could have acquired a nuclear bomb. I hope we can all agree that Iran should have never acquired a nuclear bomb. And Iran is one of the world's top terrorist unwriter. And now you have that poisonous regime now in spiral. So why wouldn't we want to support that? And those brave protesters, they've killed probably more than 600 by now. So now, why would we want to have the kinds of targeted kinds of action that could break that regime?
At what point are we going to stop? Like, at what point are we going to stop getting involved in other people's stuff?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I look, I feel awful for these people, but like, the citizens, if they're going to do an uprising, the citizens need to do an uprising. The end.
Yeah.
We should not get involved in this.
Or have another Middle Eastern nation assist. Why do we got to jump in?
The reason we want to get involved in it is because the Israeli government wants us involved in it. That's why.
Right.
That's why.
Yep.
There's no other reason. And that's why people like John Fetterman are for this. The protesters uprising, being killed by the government. Like, I hate to say, like, I'm not trying to be cruel, but it doesn't just happen in Iran. It happens in Russia. It happens everywhere else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, we can't just take this and be like, oh, wow, these people are getting killed. We need to step in and do something.
With oppressed citizens, with corrupt regimes.
Yes.
I mean, I was all for the Moab, the mother of all bombs. Dawn, you talked about that bunker buster. I was for the capturing of Maduro. I am for the purchase of Greenland, not military action, but purchase of Greenland. I am adamantly opposed to what John Fetterman is for. And that's the interesting part. If you see anybody that's anti-war that is then suddenly for military action in Iran, it has to be, and this doesn't make you anti-Israel or anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic.
Absolutely not.
This is clearly a way in which you are pandering to the state of Israel, the government, Benjamin Netanyahu.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because I'm sure the Israeli people don't want this. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want that any more than we do.
No.
Speaking of Greenland, Fetterman weighed in on that. This is 21.
About Greenland, the president now says in no uncertain terms that he is getting Greenland, acquiring Greenland one way or another. Let me play this for you.
Look, if we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland. And I am not going to let that happen. Yeah, sure. I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
You are one of the few Democrats, rare Democrats, who supports the idea of the U.S. buying Greenland. I've been told in no uncertain terms by anyone, any elected politician, any elected anyone from Denmark and beyond, that it's clearly still not for sale and won't be. How are you helping a NATO ally or the NATO alliance in continuing the conversation? I mean, we have Republican senators calling this stupid conversation.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I don't think anyone really believes that they're going to invade Greenland. It's 50,000 people in a gigantic, slab of ice. This is not like a military kind of a thing. It's primarily diplomatic. And now I've said this on my own social media that I would never, ever support any kinds of aggressive way and take that. America is not a bully. Absolutely. We are not a bully. We're not going to take Greenland from our ally. That's not what America is. But I do think it does make sense to acquire it. And if they refuse to ever do it and purchase it, but that's not a new conversation. That's 80. That's 80 years ago. They offered that same thing, $100 million. Truman did that. So it makes sense strategically for military and for other kinds of resources as well too. But now it's not a serious conversation if you think we're going to invade Greenland in that some kind of way.
Well, I guess it's now Greenland is what we call it. I always thought it was Greenland. But,
So did I.
But I've always known that Greenland was a very small population. I didn't know 50,000. I mean, folks, that's less than Lincoln Financial Field.
Yeah.
For an Eagles game.
Well, and that's what I was saying yesterday, that this is all about diplomacy. This is where, you think about Denmark, you think about NATO. This is all a negotiation. That's all it is. They're renegotiating. And so what is Trump really after? I think he's after perhaps more access, but we can already have as many, to my research, it looks like we can have as many bases as we want on there. So what is he really after? I just think he wants to say we need more control over the security of it so that...
You don't think it's the minerals?
Oh, I've said that,
Yeah,
Greg.
okay.
I've said it repeatedly because...
definitely resources.
It's the Arctic, but also think about this, that it's not just, militarily the control. When you look at Russia And if you look at think about looking at a globe from the top. So think about this as far as space. Think about outer space. Think about Elon Musk. Think about everything that's going on with space and the space race. It also has to do with that. So, that's really the way that I think that they're looking at it from militarily, as well as, when you think about Alaska, remember, and even when he met Putin halfway, for Putin, they can fly in a regular airplane. It's 8 hours. So think about the proximity, and then think about the importance of this region, not just with the minerals, which, yes, as that area, the ice is melting. And so now they have access to these rare and very valuable minerals and obviously materials that are needed for AI. By the way, there's an AI new data center, I guess, that's going to go right near the premium Philadelphia outlet mall by the Limerick.
Okay.
Is that going to bring our
energy?
Is it going to bring our energy prices through the roof?
No, hopefully down. Hopefully brings us. No, they all have their own grid.
Okay.
Sure they do.
I'm going to go off the grid shortly myself. 855-839-1210. Let's grab Rich. He is in Carbon County. He's up next on Talk Radio 1210. Rich, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, folks. You're doing a great job. And I agree with, we don't even need to get into it. But I humbly respect that you guys try to stop saying it's like it's like in the context of the sentences.
Yes.
Is that me? Is that Greg?
I think
it's
everybody.
It's not Dawn.
No, it's all of us.
It's all of us. It's hard to keep it out of your speech.
Yeah.
I say it way too much.
So you guys know.
Oh,
yeah,
100%.
You guys know.
100%. I air check myself. I know you guys probably don't believe this, but I air check myself, and I have a meeting with myself all the time, and I just say, stop saying the word like.
Yeah.
I get it.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
I'm 64. It's insidious.
It's a crutch. It's a crutch to when you're trying to find the word you're looking for, because we do everything. We're not scripted here, so everything we're doing is spontaneous. So we're reacting in real time. So the words aren't as clean sometimes as you hear on broadcast TV. But you are absolutely right.
I'm better at it when I slow down. When I get animated, that's when it gets worse.
Me too. 100%. 100%. Me too.
I literally appreciate it.
We love you, Rich. Thank you for pointing this out and keeping us honest.
All right, there he is.
You bet.
Where's Carbon County, by the way? Where are you located in?
I didn't dump him.
Oh!
I did not touch it. I didn't
do it.
I think he hung up. I was close
Jim
to it.
Thorpe area.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I just wanted to see
Slate Belt, right?
I just wanted Slate Belt's where I'm from. That's like the
not too far.
Jim Thorpe's like the
Palmerton.
Poconos.
Carbon County
like
is, and it's right. Let's say Hazleton. It borders Hazleton.
Okay, that's going up 81.
I'm just curious if he was listening.
Yes,
1210 on the Odyssey app. If he was watching us on YouTube.
Call back and let Jimmy Kelly know.
Yeah, thank you.
He'll relay that info to us. One last call, and then we're going to get to some other stuff on the cut sheet. Frank is in South Philly. Hello, Frank. We've got more Frank phone issues. Franklin. Frankie boy.
I think Blue Mountain Resort is in Carbon County.
Frank continues to have like a BlackBerry that he calls in on from 2007.
On Saturday, New York City Mayor Zoran Mondani unveiled a plan to increase the number of public bathrooms throughout New York City.
For free?
So we have more. So we have more places for homeless people to go in.
Yeah.
For drug users to go and shoot up in.
Urinating all over a platform on the subway is that line starting to fill up?
Who's cleaning these disgusting cesspools? By the way,
the rain just washes it out.
Roll it.
We are announcing the launch of a new program to expand access to public bathrooms across the 5 boroughs, committing $4 million to a request for proposals for high-quality, modular public restrooms. Right now, there are nearly 1,000 public restrooms in New York City. That is one public bathroom for 8,500 residents. In a city that has everything, the one thing that is often impossible to find is a public bathroom. In the greatest city in the world, you should not have to spend $9 to buy a coffee just to be able to find a little relief.
I mean, people just defecate and pee in the street anyway.
We have
What does it
people now
matter?
pooping in the streets. Forget doing a number one; they're now doing a number two.
What do you think defecating means, homie?
Well, yeah. Well, we have the Delco dumper too, and she dumps on cars. I mean, this is look. I don't care how bad I have to go in New York City or the city of Philadelphia. I am not using a public restroom. When I work for my in-laws at Music Fest in the summer, I will hold it until I get back to their house. I will not use the porta potties. They are the most disgusting things on the planet.
They are.
We actually had a video on the cut sheet probably a year or two ago. Remember in Japan how beautiful their bathrooms are for public restroom use?
Mhm.
I mean, they're spotless.
They are.
That ratio is pretty wild. 1 for every 8,500. But, how many of Wall Street and your well-off individuals in New York City are using these public restrooms? Probably not.
Mandami crime advisor Tamika Mallory. This doozy. We played, who was it, the housing development woman that he hired?
Oh, yeah, she lived in Nashville.
Sia Weaver.
Yeah, home ownership is white supremacy.
So this is a crime advisor who, these aren't recent comments. I think she said these in the past. But she's a member of this administration, the Mandami administration. I guess you can call it that, right? The administration.
Mm-hmm.
She said this. Roll this.
I don't give a damn if they burn down Target. Because Target should be on the streets with us, calling for the justice that our people deserve.
This is
Don't
during
talk to us about looting.
BLM.
Y'all are
Yeah.
the looters. America has looted black people.
There you go.
Tamika Mallory, activist. The whole administration is full of probably, I haven't gone through the names and resumes, but I would be willing to bet a lot of people that capitalized on social media in the summer of 2020 and in the last couple of years of the Biden administration. And why should Target's a corporation. Target's a company. Sell jeans, sell whatever you sell, and stay out of politics.
Yep.
It's a very simple concept. You want everybody to purchase your product or your goods or your service. And the moment you do that, you alienate people. Never take business advice from somebody like that. Ever.
Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
Oh,
Rooney Tuesday.
speaking
Matt,
of, yeah.
Matt Rooney next.
Yeah, Rooney's
Hopefully.
in the
Hopefully.
on deck circle.
Yeah.
We love when Rooney comes up.
Did
for
you
Rooney
confirm with him, by
Tuesday.
the way?
I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I text him every week now.
Good.
I text all of our guests.
I know you do.
Yeah, I'm like, you good for tomorrow, homie?
I appreciate that.
And they're like, yeah.
I appreciate that. It's nice that you do something for the show.
Thank you. Speaking of businesses, let's talk about the Piazza Auto Group. And we're talking about new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicles. And they're actually far more attainable. You know what's amazing is you go into a dealership like Piazza and you're looking for maybe a Benz or a Beamer, Maserati, Porsche, Jaguar, Land Rover, Alfa Romeo, and you say, I can't afford a brand new luxury vehicle. Well, you know what? They have certified pre-owned. And I've been through the process. I've chatted with Dan Piazza. They get in a loaner vehicle or somebody that was commuting for 18 months and there's a couple thousand miles. You're going to save tremendously on certified pre-owned. And our friends from Piazza Premium are available to assist you really throughout the tri-state area. That's in Pennsylvania, that's in Delaware, and of course in New Jersey. And you could be looking for the I've literally test driven all of these vehicles, the Alfa Romeo, the Maserati, the Benz, by the way, the Land Rover Defender, far more affordable than you think. And they're all available for you right now in one convenient place. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's PIAZZA. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. And when you go up in person, tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Amigos, it's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts, even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Every man should have their health optimized. Forte Men's Health offers a unique approach, providing individualized solutions that address a wide range of critical issues. Dr. Michael Atanasio supports you with cardiovascular disease prevention, improvement in erectile dysfunction, testosterone replacement and enhancement, nutrition counseling, and weight control, all in one place. Reduce the need for multiple specialists. Visit ForteMen'sHealth.com and make an appointment today for personalized health care. ForteMen'sHealth.com. With one doctor, one location for life. ForteMen'sHealth.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Warrington, and Thoroughfare. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,400 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, Warrington at the Hampton Inn, or in Thoroughfare at the Best Western. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. You know, when you're making your New Year's resolutions, be sure to think about your car and your wallet, and then head on over to United Tire and Service. Taking care of your car and saving money is a resolution you can actually keep thanks to United Tire. From new tires to full inspections, oil changes, and more, United Tire and Service will keep your car in shape without breaking the bank. Stop by your locally owned United Tire and Service, or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$8:32, Kayal and Company, rolling along on a Tuesday morning. Tomorrow, Tony Bruno joins us at 7:45. On Friday, Sean Farish joins us at 7:45.
And by the way, since you're saying that, Nick, I don't mean to interrupt you, but those two people, I wanted to just piggyback off of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Tony Bruno will be in 3 to 6 Wednesday and Thursday. And Sean Farish and our gal Anna Hummel will be in on Friday, 3 to 6.
The Hums.
So we will, a nice little potpourri of guest hosts until we fill the slot of 3 to 6.
I'll take potpourri for 400. Little celebrity Jeopardy there for you.
Yeah.
Yes, and Farish on Friday. And Thursday is our debut of our Fox Double Dip. Rich Zioli at 7:45.
Who's that? Oh, yeah.
Our podcast guy from 6 to 7. And then Jimmy Fela at 8:30.
Yeah.
And presumably, Rich will stick around with Fela, and we will have like 13 mics going at one time. It'll be wild.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's going to be fun. By the way,
as we filibuster because Matt Rooney is stuck in virtual traffic. Apparently,
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the roads today. You know what? You know why? Because it's Tuesday and everybody works. All the people who are virtual the rest of the week, everybody works Tuesdays. So Tuesday is the new Monday.
Except he's not driving. He's trying to join us via Zoom.
Is it possible for him to be on time?
Wait, what is he?
He's like, this is a radio show. This isn't like...
we made an intro for the guy, and he can't show up on time.
But there was a bad accident all morning on 95, 76 East, that overturned vehicle all morning. Like, I'm looking at the traffic cams.
Mm-hmm.
It has been a crazy morning across the region.
Awful.
Even though he's not driving. I'm glad he's not driving it.
Me too. Well, if he was driving, he'd get here at 9:15.
He could just be on the Dawn show at that point.
Yeah,
Just
at this point, yeah. Well, whenever you're ready, Rooney. Box 4 is vacant. It's dark. It's blacked out. It's cool in there. It's been cleansed.
Cleansed?
Yes. So you just slide in there whenever it's convenient for you, and we'll just continue the thing we call a live radio show.
Sounds like a medical procedure.
Yeah.
Just slide in the cleansed box.
Which my daughter is undergoing right now.
Aww.
Olivia having 4 wisdom teeth removed. She has to get laughing gas and then anesthesia.
Ooh.
So she will be out cold. And then I'll have to deal with it when I get home.
Are they up a little bit, the wisdom teeth? Have they popped through the...
That I'm not sure. I know she's having 4 removed while she has braces on. So this is like a major reconstruction project. This is like 95. After we had the issue on 95. As John Fetterman once said, 95. 95. Yeah.
Which is, by the way, that was the beginning of Shapiro when he did that 95 project, and it was sort of the beginning of that slogan, I think.
Yep.
Right?
Get sugar honey iced tea done.
I'm thinking about this. I may have to put Rooney in the penalty box.
Look, we have a lot of other people that would value being in the Tuesday box.
I agree with you.
Steve Pacraduni would crawl over broken glass.
It's true.
Okay.
Ed Trucker Ed wants to be a host here.
Right. We could put Ed Durr in there. We could put Mark Fusetti in there.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people that would, we could stick Miss Robin in there. Actually,
in the box?
I would veto that, but
lady, will she be the bride in the box?
Yeah.
Because she's the newlywed.
That's right.
By the way, only 181 likes.
You could put Dan Borowski in there too.
Only 181 likes. We got over 400 yesterday, and I appreciate that because it's the greatest audience in all of radio. But 181 is just disgraceful today. Please get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and please hit that thumbs up button. But
we could put a fern in the box.
Mm-hmm. And then spritz it so it stays hydrated, right?
Could bring one of my teenagers,
Yeah, you know what? Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Has he gone back to school yet?
One has, but one is at home.
When does David go back to the Carolinas?
Yes,
The
so
20th?
he's just back. No, he's just back.
Oh, okay. So when's the other one go back?
He's just back this week too.
Okay.
But they could just, I think they have later class. They definitely try to, they're much like Rooney probably. They definitely try to avoid the first 8 a.m. class.
Let me ask you this. Is Jason Kelsey late to the WIP morning show? Is you know what I mean? Like what? Is it just us? Is it because I kind of run a loosey-goosey ship here that everybody just feels like they can take advantage of me?
I think there's a lack of respect.
I do too. Because of what I do on the radio, I feel like there's a lack of respect for me.
And you're very hands-off, so you're not a micromanager. So you give people an inch and they take a mile.
I agree. I agree.
Is he, what is it, a technical issue? What's going on?
I don't know. I see him now. He looks like he just rolled out of bed.
He did.
He was working on briefs until 2 a.m, sipping coffee like he's a television attorney. Jack McCoy is joining us here in Box 4. Attorney Rooney, can you hear us?
He was putting.
It's a really good brief.
I'm taking a jury I'm doing a jury of my peers because I feel like you take advantage of me a little bit, Rooney, here, where I'm a nice guy. I don't really come down on people. I run kind of a loose ship here. And you feel like you can show up here whenever you want to. And that's not really how we work here. I'm just saying.
No, I'm an objectively crappy employee. I'm a problem.
We start at 6 a.m.
Yeah, and look, the first step is admitting it, I guess, right? That's what psychology tells us.
Do you show up to court late? You know what I mean?
No, I don't show up to court late.
Yeah,
because they pay more.
Rooney's hourly billing rate's a lot higher than when he gets paid to come on the show.
You know what? He runs a Safe Jersey site, and he's getting the advanced copy of the final address to the state of New Jersey.
That's right.
Governor Phil Murphy will address everyone for the last time.
Damn right.
We became a sanctuary state yesterday.
New Jersey.
Officially. You saw that.
Dr. Phil McGroin says I should dock you pay, so you won't be able to get that latte at Starbucks for what we pay
for $9.
Well, that's fine, Doc. I won't have foam. I need to cut back anyway. I've got like 20 pounds to lose over the holidays.
Hey, same
you
here.
Too, huh?
You want to get together and we'll devise a plan?
Nobody likes you, Nick. Nobody wants to get together with you.
Maybe that's why he's late. Maybe he just doesn't like coming on here.
Aww.
He's just doing it for the cash.
No,
he's not. No, he's not doing it for the cash. Trust me. I know we're paying him. He's not doing it for the cash.
No, look, I don't care what anybody here thinks except for Dawn. But for the listeners, I have to drop off 2 kids at opposite ends of Camden County in the morning.
Ugh.
So I'm running here, I'm running there. So despite my best efforts, because they only open the doors at a certain time, no matter how much I pay these institutions to take my children.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And despite all the taxes I pay in New Jersey, it all goes to illegal aliens. They don't fix my roads. So every day there's 16 guys standing around, and I'm sitting on like Haddon Avenue or Route 70, and I'm thinking, oh man, they're going to bust my chops again for being late. I could start doing it from the car.
I think that actually is a great idea.
No, it's not.
Zoom,
yes, it is.
Yeah, the Zoom app on your phone. Yeah.
I could get out of the car and interview some of these people that are making time and a half to make me late.
Yeah, we could
one
do
of my side hustles.
Yeah, we could do like a Rooney on the street segment.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to do that.
Since you're here now, let's do this.
Hello, Rooney Tuesday, here on Kayal and Company, coming from the Schuylkill River. Will he bring us food free?
Rooney, calm down. Rooney.
Let's start in your great state of New Jersey, Matt Rooney, with Governor Phil Murphy. We talked about a little bit of this yesterday, but of course, you with your great website, Save Jersey, I wanted to get your thoughts on New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy signing an executive order allowing ex-cons to serve on juries. Roll this.
Governor Phil Murphy signed an executive order allowing people with past criminal convictions to serve on juries. The state estimates this impacts more than 350,000 people.
Those individuals excluded from our jury boxes are disproportionately black and Latino. And a justice system that does not look like the people it serves is not built to serve, frankly, any of us.
The executive.
You know, Rooney, I only attended law school for 90 days, but I did watch the movie Runaway Jury with Gene Hackman. The voir dire process, isn't that supposed to be to eliminate potential bias so you can find an objective pool of peers? Like, if you're a prosecutor, you wouldn't want, forget color of skin, you wouldn't want any ex-con on there because you would deem them to be favorable to the defense, right?
Oh, and the inverse of that is I've been a municipal prosecutor for 15 years. How easy do you think it is for me to get selected for a criminal jury? No defense attorney wants me. Obviously, as an officer of the court, I would do my damnedest to be fair. But yeah, that's the way it works. And we have to point this out, Nick. I mean, how racist is Murphy? Implying that somehow you're only going to pass judgment fairly on somebody who's black and brown unless you're also black and brown. That's Renee Good kind of thinking. It's the kind of thinking that's tearing this country apart. And, I would say that I am super excited that we are only 7 days away from this idiot going away forever, but the helicopter pilot that's going to be landing as soon as he leaves is not going to be any better.
I got to say this, guys, and this might be an unpopular opinion, but that's what I do here. If criminals and vagrants are going to take the place of me having to serve on a jury and having to give up my day, my week, my whatever, so I don't have to report for jury duty, I'm fine with it.
What's the better compensation? What you pay Rooney or what the government gives you to be on jury duty?
I hate jury duty. I don't want to be involved in jury duty. I try my damnedest to be out of jury duty by saying I say awful things about people on the radio, and please dismiss me, and they never do. And I don't want to be involved in jury selection.
When is the last time you had to go through it and actually sat on a jury? Have you ever sat on a jury?
Have I ever sat? Yes, I did. Just for the day, though. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a day I had to sit there.
And the case was resolved?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Greg knows I get the jury notice once a year.
My wife got it. My wife got it twice in like 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it constantly.
I received once, and I think it was 2024, and I told you about it, Greg, and I called there at 4:30 or whatever with the instructions, and I was not needed, thank God.
I just think that if they are a convicted criminal, they paid their debt to society, and by the way, they have to have a regular address to get the jury notice. So I have no problem with that. If somebody paid their debt to society, they were convicted of whatever they were convicted of, obviously during the jury process, if they're a convicted burglar and it's a burglary case, that prosecutor and defense attorney are going to have to hash out whether or not they want somebody who paid their debt to society to actually be on the jury. But that could go both ways, my friends. I mean, somebody who's paid their debt might have a very different perspective than you might think. They might be tougher.
So are you on board with convicted felons being able to vote even though they lose that right?
Well, I think that it depends on the state you live in. In Pennsylvania, you can, if you're a convicted felon and you've paid your debt to society, then your rights should be restored as long as you've paid your debt to society. You're done with that. You serve the time or whatever. We believe in rehabilitation. Now that's different from
I don't believe in rehabilitation.
Well, I do,
I
but
believe
that's
in
different
the
from
electric
people.
chair.
Firing.
It depends on the crime and the conviction, etc.
Firing squad. Thank you, Greg.
But it depends on.
Yeah.
I will say it's very different, and Matt, you know this well, as because of your profession. It's different than somebody who's currently incarcerated because they have not served their time.
Right. Rooney, you on board
but
with
what? No, because I understand what Dawn's saying, but what is the magic that occurs once somebody is quote unquote paid their debt, right? I mean, jury service is a duty that is citizens that you're eligible to get called upon to perform. but we also want people that have some kind of requisite civic virtue. If you've spent a good portion of your life mugging people or committing grand theft auto, I don't really want you passing judgment on who gets to live in my community, whether they go to jail or not. I mean, some of us got fat contracts like Nick, and people don't know this. He's got one of those Greenland dog sled teams that Trump keeps talking about.
I also bought a horse for the Kentucky Derby.
That whisk him home. But as for the rest of us, right? I mean, we have to live in these communities. And remember, of course, the rationale that Murphy's advancing isn't what Dawn's saying. Dawn's making a logical point, whether you agree with it or not. The implication of what Murphy's saying is, hey, listen, black and brown people can't get a fair shake in American courts unless the jury's black and brown. Go to hell, Phil, right? I mean, that's your limousine liberal logic. Again, it's Renee Good thinking, a bunch of white, rich liberals that don't have real problems, so they continue to invent ones in this country that don't exist. I'm sorry if I seem a little petulant. Some of it's because Greg is making fun of me. But most of it is because I've lost all patience for these people.
Well, let me ask you this. I would actually, and I love a fired up Rooney. This is the great Rooney. It's my favorite Rooney version.
I get a little more Jersey too. My South Jersey accent comes out.
Yes, please carry that on for the rest of your hit.
The most common convicted felonies, drug crime, anything with drugs.
Okay. You know what? If you're talking voting versus jury, I'm more willing to allow you to vote again as a convicted felon than I am to have you sit on a jury. I don't want you being able to determine somebody's freedom, but you know what? And I know convicted criminals, especially the felons, are some bad people, but are they worse than politicians? Like, should you be able to vote if you're a convicted felon for a scumbag in office?
Here's my problem.
Politicians are felons that just haven't been caught yet.
That's absolutely, you're absolutely
That's
true.
kind of my point.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, Ernie. You as a lawyer, I don't have time to sit on your jury. I'm busy.
It's your civic duty.
I'm doing things. I'm creating entertainment for the Delaware Valley, not just with this show, but with this radio station.
I love sticking people.
I can't go away for a day, let alone a week or however long, the trial is.
I actually think
I don't have time.
The YouTube audience would love for you to sit on a murder trial that goes like 7 months.
They would.
They would love to see you sequestered in a hotel.
But
for the rest of 2026.
But this radio station would go to pot, and I don't want that. I don't want that to happen because I'm very involved.
Who would be the acting brand manager if you were sequestered on a murder trial?
Dawn.
No, Dawn's got enough. Dawn's got enough roles.
I've already. I bequeath Dawn Stenzlin as my successor.
Yeah.
And she is when I am
interim PD.
When I am gone or I am no longer able to fulfill my duties. Dawn Stenzlin is taking over.
What?
She's the most mature by a mile. I don't think anybody's going to debate that.
100%. 100%.
You imagine Dawn sitting around on
I wouldn't
Thursday.
show up.
Dawn's in there with the other brand managers and promotions.
I'd have body
Thursday.
cams. I would have body cams on all of you and on all your Piazza vehicle cams, and it would be a reality show, and we'd get really rich.
By the way,
hey,
Rooney,
I like that.
Rooney, you think I'm tough? You show up 2 minutes late in a Dawn Stenzlin regime? She's
spanking.
You're dead to her.
That's not true.
Do you remember when she called you the weekend host?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who cares what some weekend host has to say? Do you remember that?
Here's the thing.
Look, I don't mean to be more disrespectful, but can we talk more about this spanking that's on the table?
Spanky.
Spank me.
No, here's the thing. If I'm tough like you and Daniel, that means that I have if I can bust your chops and I can say stuff like that, that means that's full respect.
Yeah.
I know
you gave us a couple weeks of content.
Yes.
It was amazing. Yeah. I want to talk about somebody who doesn't show up for his job.
Yeah.
It's a big deal on the Matt Rooney Show on Saturday nights, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Thank you.
When you're welcome, Greg. When Daniel is actually there, I have guest producers more often than not. So
yeah, he's very busy.
I mean, if there's anybody that deserves a spanking,
he's very busy. He's very busy though.
He and Daniel are very tough.
Yes.
They can take the stiff spanking.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Convicted felons, 10,000.
I need a minute. Hold on.
I like my spankings like I like my cocktails. Stiff.
Ooh. But fraud, when you guys think of convicted felons, I guess he wanted like Bob Menendez or something like that. Like
Gold Bar Bob.
I'm just thinking of it though. A lot of the white collar offenses, the felony convictions, with all of that, white collar crimes, and then also the drugs, all the drug level stuff. So, I think when we talk about the felony convictions, people go to, oh, well, there's a rapist, but most felons are not violent criminals. It's drugs. I think white collar is probably number 5.
Yeah.
Somebody on the YouTube chat, I can't see, Talos, I think says, yes, Greg, we want people who have nothing better to do to serve on juries. Yes, get the old people who have nothing better to do than stare at a wall.
Yeah, or the unemployed.
Yes, right? Absolutely. I'm busy. Dawn is busy. Nick is busy. Matt, when he shows up, is busy. We don't have time for this. I don't have time to because people can't behave. I don't have time to sit on your jury.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, the judge would
I
have
have
no
stuff to do.
The judge would have no tolerance for Rooney. He'd be like Nick. He'd be like John Cusack in that with Gene Hackman.
It's a great movie.
I love that movie.
That is a good one.
Yeah, Second Amendment.
Do you look for people like me, Rooney, like who don't want to be there, or do you look for like? Would you automatically dismiss somebody like me?
Would I automatically dismiss you? I would probably profile you.
And how would you do so? The hair, the
that's
T-shirts?
more like true. Yeah, I would be like, listen, this surfer stoner guy's not going to pay attention to
I'm not.
my well-crafted legal arguments. I don't know if he's going to take this seriously enough.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely not. What some creep scumbag lawyer concocted. Yeah. I have no time for. I have no time for Matt Rooney.
Rooney, how would you assess?
I love you, buddy. You know that. I'm just busting your balls.
Jimmy Kelly. Would you want Jimmy Kelly on your jury, or would you be like Joe Pesci with the lady with the different levels of thickness on her glasses in My Cousin Vinny? How many levels of thickness have you been through over the years?
I think that Jimmy would end up as the foreman of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because of his intense attention to detail.
Yes,
true.
That is true.
Listen.
Well, and remember,
so if you had a complicated case that had some different layers to it, I actually think you would want Jimmy Kelly on there.
What about Phil Almquist?
Ooh, is someone from the music industry on trial?
All the Phil timers out there.
And a Jets fan.
Yeah,
there's that.
I think that's probably what it turns on.
Mm-hmm. How about somebody like Nick Kayal who can't define run versus ran?
Right. Is my grammar a prerequisite for being objective?
Yeah, we would just assume he's got no standards. So if you're representing someone that low standards would actually benefit, then you bring Kayal in. But the whole blueberry eating thing out of the carton in the morning.
It's blackberry. Don't be
Today's
racist.
blackberry.
Is it a blackberry? I don't see berry color. I'm sorry. So that's why I missed that. You'd have to get a jury consultant to figure that out. That's an industry. Talk about things that your guidance counselor never told you were an option.
Yeah.
People get paid hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars annually to be jury consultants, where they come in, they do mock jury selections.
Yeah.
To develop a strategy for these high-priced trials that we hear about on CNN and elsewhere.
That's right.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let me see if we got to our goal yet. Get off my YouTube chat. don't get Chapman ready. Let's see here. 261 likes. That is disgraceful.
139 more.
I need 139 more people. Get on over to YouTube at 8:56. You're pulling into the office right now. So when you get at your desk, open up your laptop, hit YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and then hit the thumbs up button, and then you can leave. You don't have to stay. I don't need you to stay. It's fine.
Just Greg, if I can sweeten the pot for a second here, if I could be presumptuous, folks, if you can get us to 500, I will show up at 7:55.
Whoa! Wow!
But just for clarification, two things: the cut sheet starts at 7:47, and you're going to be in studio.
I'm going to need five. I'm going to need 550. I'm going to need 550.
I'm going to need 5,000 likes.
Teddy's been on the show. I'll bring Teddy.
Oh,
maybe that's
yeah.
what I'll start doing.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Dawn can bring her boys. You bring Teddy.
Yeah. It'll be like a daycare here at Kayal and Company.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah. All right. You heard that YouTube chat. Smash that like button. We need 500. 500 likes.
Hey, the whole daycare thing's very lucrative, I've heard.
Yes.
Just saying.
Huge. Yeah, no, absolutely. My kids hang out with a couple little nice Somali boys and girls.
Yeah.
Here's the problem.
I'm making a mint.
Here's the problem. There's almost 600 people watching, and we have, we should be, if every single one of them hit the thumbs up button, then we'd be over our goal. But they don't.
They don't like you.
They don't like
They never have.
Yeah,
they never will.
You're absolutely right. Are felons allowed to press the like button? Have we clarified that?
Yes.
The fact that people even come up to you on remote and say, "Hey, I really do like you. I'm just busting your balls." That should be something you should celebrate and embrace.
I met a guy.
It's as good as it's going to get for you.
I met a guy at Home Depot the other day. It was a super nice guy.
And what did Kevin Pohl say?
Came up to us. No, it wasn't Kevin. Came up to us and it was very respectful.
That's nice.
Very nice. Yeah. Dawn, talk to us about Chapman.
Yes.
Smash that thumbs up button. What are all you people doing? My God.
Smash it. Oh, now it just went up a little. Thank you.
That's what she said. Sorry.
Speaking of, what I like.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and Greg can testify to this. Over the years, when we talk about the people who we endorse, I only endorse the companies that I actually welcome into my home, and
she doesn't welcome a lot of people into her home.
I know. So this is true, and I've turned down a lot. So we got that going on. So that brings me to Chapman. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love these guys, and for years they've worked in my home, and they're good guys. First of all, I like the fact that everybody's screened, because no matter who you're hiring to come into your home, make sure that they do that screening and that they truly take pride in their work. That's another piece of this. Mike and Mark Chapman, they're great guys. I've known them for years. Two brothers, started their business, at this point, some 3 decades ago in Chester County. And as their families have grown, obviously their business has grown. And what I notice most, as far as the people who come into your home, and first of all, they have to put the booties. I'm like, don't worry, I have wood floors. You don't have to put the booty. Like, no, Mrs. Menti, we have to put the booties on. They are so respectful. They come in, and you notice then when they they bring out their lunch boxes and they have a little break and they eat. They have this camaraderie. They take such pride in their work. They love their job. That's what you want for somebody who's coming into your home, especially when you're talking about craftsmanship. So Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they do great work. I believe in them. I love these guys. So if you've been thinking about replacing maybe your front door, my front door, I've been talking about this for years. I have to do this. The front entry door, it's that first impression of your home when people come up to your home. Maybe the patio doors, maybe the windows. A lot of companies will say, oh, you only want to replace the front windows or a couple of them? Yeah, we're not going to do that. Chapman will. This is what I love about the Chapman family team. January is the great time to start the planning phase. Spring, it's going to be here before you know it. So right now, the perfect season to start enjoying an upgrade. What I love about Chapman, like I say, hands-on. From design to installation, they take you along the process. Everything is in writing. Every I is dotted. Every T is crossed. And I can't emphasize that enough. They do high-quality craftsmanship. It shows, and you know it. You can count on it. And the difference, obviously, for your home, curb appeal, security, the energy efficiency, and quite frankly, it's going to make you happy. It makes me happy. So a happy wife is a happy life, okay? Chapman offering 10% off. That makes right now the smart time to do this. So if new doors, new windows are on your list, my advice is simple. Visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindows.com. Learn more about my friends, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. ChapmanWindows.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here, introducing the all-new 2026 Honda Prelude Hybrid, redesigned with cutting-edge hybrid performance and head-turning style. Coming soon to a Piazza Honda dealer near you. Discover Honda's complete hybrid lineup while you're there, including the popular Accord, Civic, or CR-V, with financing as low as 3.49% for 60 months. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, 9:06, fourth and final hour here on a Rooney Tuesday. Busy week for SCOTUS, as the Supreme Court will hear a landmark women's sports case coming up today. Hard to believe that the Democrats have been so delusional that this has reached the court of last resort, but alas, here we are. And also, the Washington Post, in previewing the docket for the Supreme Court, which includes men and women's sports, they write, the Supreme Court has the chance this week to save women's sports, allowing states to restore a level playing field for girls by excluding biological men and thereby correcting one of the worst excesses of America's cultural revolution. When the Washington Post has to write that and admit that, it's probably a loser if you're on that side. We'll get to that maybe in a big take tomorrow. Matt Rooney with us. Cut Sheet rolls on. Fight Club coming up in 3 minutes. And during the break, as I was running to use the little boys' room, the big boss, David Yageroff, says, I'm proud of you for losing 6 pounds. Keep up the good work. Don't let Greg bully you. We'll handle that in HR at 10:20. And he says, as a fellow Jew, he says Jewish rye is a complete scam.
Wow.
It's rye bread. He says, as somebody that's enjoyed many delicatessens in his lifetime, rye bread is rye bread. The whole Jewish thing's a scam.
Are you nervous or flattered that the big boss listens?
I love it.
So intently.
He's one of our hardcore listeners. Yeah. I love it.
makes my tirade seem a little, I'm like,
Yeah.
Forget he's listening sometimes.
Yeah, you forget he's listening sometimes when you say certain words, right? Yeah. Better watch your mouth, dude.
Why? What did I say?
Been calling people the D word a lot lately on the air.
Oh, yeah.
And the P word.
Yeah.
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 Those are FCC compliant, though.
Oh. Well, then you're in good graces with Brendan Carr.
Thank you.
And Rooney is with us. By the way, Rooney, Jewish rye, a step in the right direction if you're trying to cut carbs, going down from like brioche and baguettes and big hoagie rolls.
Yeah, there's like the Amoroso really fluffy roll,
Oh,
which
I
is
love
very
that.
bad for you.
Oh.
That's like the worst thing you can have. I love them too.
Oh.
But if you're lying upon the RFK Jr. food pyramid, it's basically poison. Then there's Jewish rye or whatever we're calling it now. And then ancient grain, which I think tastes sort of like sandpaper. But people that I know that are very healthy, that's what they say is the best thing to eat. Any kind of ancient grain. You can usually get them at like Trader Joe's. I think they have them at Whole Foods. I've been in a Whole Foods once in my entire life, but I'm told that it's inside. And that's supposedly the most healthy. But I'm moving away from bread entirely in the new year.
Attaboy.
I'm not eating it anymore.
Attaboy. Dawn's going to make Rooney and I ribeyes and T-bones with garlic and all sorts of good fixings.
Very good for you.
Damn right.
Meat, fruit, vegetables, a little bit of olive oil. Any type of vegetable with enough olive oil.
Wait a minute. Hang on a second.
I don't need the olive
You and I went back and forth a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, where I was like, hey, the taste of vegetables is actually good. And you were like, no, it's not. I need to put butter and cheese and everything on the taste of vegetables. Now all of a sudden you've had an epiphany and you're gonna put olive oil on them? Shame on you.
Is he not allowed to grow as a human?
Am I not allowed to be a hypocrite when it's good radio?
All right.
The rules here change daily. So
That's
if
right.
David is still listening, we need some law and order around here. You got one employee that barely shows up.
It's true. It's true.
It's a good point.
Butter, olive oil, Dawn spanking people. The Wild West.
It really is.
The Wild West.
You know what's great about our big boss, David Yadgroff, is that he knows show business and he knows what we do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't take anything we say seriously.
Exactly right. All right, so we've established that
Thank
Rooney.
God.
yeah, you ain't kidding. Rooney has been to Whole Foods one time.
Yep.
Mark in
Once.
Philly, I think, has been on jury duty one time.
Uh-oh.
And he has a story. Hello, Mark.
Okay, I'm hoping Matt could answer this question. So I went to jury duty years ago. So when you down in Philly, so when you go there, you fill out this questionnaire. I filled out the questionnaire, and they bring us up to the courtroom. We're sitting in the jury booth, and then a judge calls me up by myself, and the two lawyers come up with her. She goes, doesn't say hi. She's like, "Do you think this is a joke?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "The way you filled out this questionnaire, do you think it's a joke?" I'm like, "You gave me a questionnaire to fill out." And in the corner of my eye, I see the lawyer, like, smiling. I'm like, "Do you think this is funny?" And I told her, I'm like, "Do me a favor." I'm like, "Dismiss me now and take me off the list." So, Matt, why do you think she did that?
Why do I think that she did that? I got to know what you put on the
Like,
questionnaire. Because
well,
usually
like,
when
you
you
know,
do something ridiculous, the judges know that you're trying to get out of it and they call you out.
Well, I mean, one of the questions was, "Are you racist?" And I put no. So I don't know how I'm trying to be funny if I'm trying to answer it truthfully. Thanks,
You don't
guys.
sound funny to me.
That's so bizarre. There has to be some other sort of. Is there, Rooney? Are there open-ended questions on the jury duty form, or are they all yes, no?
In Jersey, they give you the opportunity to provide a little bit of color. Like, do you have? Greg actually brought one up earlier. Are you someone that runs a business that for which you are indispensable to that business?
Okay. Dawn, am I indispensable to this business? Dawn, am I indispensable to this business?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indispensable.
Yes.
Arguable.
If you don't like it, you can eat me. Sorry, Matt.
Invaluable.
David, you need to come into the room.
Yeah, HR. All right, we have
This is the only show in radio that has a standing HR meeting after the show every day.
It's like a speedometer.
There's a little doll for each of us that we show where we feel as if we've been touched.
Oh, that is so dark.
What he just said makes absolutely no sense. I mean, at least in New Jersey, you can provide a little bit of color. Do you have a medical condition?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, maybe you have some reason why you literally can't sit in a jury box every day. So it's not just all yes and no questions. So he was trying to be provocative, which we love here.
Yes, we
but
do.
I don't understand why they made those faces at him. I think there's more on his questionnaire than he's willing to tell us.
Okay.
All right, guys, are you ready for?
Let's do it.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man. We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club on this Rooney Tuesday. Submitted by Mike Braun.
Hey.
What up, Mike? Love Mike Braun.
Solid contributor on social media as well.
Solid guy. Never met him, never had the pleasure of meeting him, but I'm sure would get along with him well.
I think he's a business professional, if I recall correctly.
So today's was happened in Dallas, Texas, outside of the club.
You can find me in the club.
This is a nice long one too. This is 1:16.
Oh, I love long.
YouTube.com.
Some of these fights we get their 8 seconds.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Remember what Matt Rooney said. If we get to 500 likes, he is going to strip naked and run down Broad Street. Is that what you said? Oh no, no. You said you would come in. You would come in at 7:55.
Right, which means 8:03. But still earlier than 8:32. So I guess it's a win.
And I wrote on the YouTube chat. Remember, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm going to even sweeten it a little bit more. 600 likes, and I will bring Jimmy breakfast.
Wow.
When I come in.
Wait. You're going to bring... I've asked you countless times. I even was willing to settle on coffees.
That's the joke.
And now you're gonna provide Jimmy Kelly.
Well, here's
1,000 likes, and I will feed blackberries to Kayal live on air.
That's a good one.
800, and you just send us a croissant with coffee.
Yes, with a bad French accent.
Yes.
See, Rooney, you show up late, I get upset, and then you have a knockout appearance.
Yeah.
So there's not much I can say.
No.
Right?
That's right.
All right, let's
Am I done now? Can I go?
No, you're not. This is like a jury.
No, you got to stick around. I've kind of spilled my bucket for today. I'm out of bullets.
This is a jury process. You have to be here all day. I don't care what other job you have to do. The 29 cents that we pay you to be here is good enough, right? All right, let's youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's roll this.
Oh, jeez.
Look at this. Wow.
This is when it was still warm enough to look like that.
Oh boy, there's... is this professional? Look at...
Is that a dude?
No, these are women.
No.
Okay.
In short shorts.
Some bloomers, some big underpants.
Yeah. Some are outside of a restaurant bar on the curb.
Yeah.
Outside of a club.
They kind of do look like, when you see...
Oh, there's the mace.
Yeah.
Look at the officer. Yeah. Hose them down.
What were you saying, Stensland?
When you see women wrestling
Yeah.
or MMA and it becomes like they're just like in a body cluster,
Yep.
it's kind of what we see here.
Look at the police presence. We usually don't get police in Fight Club.
Is that woman's hair like in her? Is that a weave or a wig or something? Why is it over her face like that?
That place is called the Aquarium.
Yeah.
Some guy wearing a Michael Vick Falcons jersey. This could be Atlanta.
Look,
There you go. There's the winner.
Look at that.
Is this America? I don't. I don't know where this happened. I said Dallas. I think it is Dallas. But
TX Street Fights. Is this Texas?
yeah, Dallas, Texas. That's what I said.
Okay. You did say Dallas.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, just there's like
That was
five.
cellulite night at the aquarium.
Five.
Look at the chick in the aqua.
Yeah.
Oh God.
A lot of cheeks.
Yeah.
5 women. Look at that.
Look at those panties.
Yeah.
Did she kill a cheetah? Good Lord.
Careful. Might not be the underwear.
Might not be. Look at the cop stoically just macing him, hosing him down. Just like Dr. Craig wanted to miss Dawn with a spritzer because she's dehydrated. Here, have some pepper spray, honey.
Jeremy Burke is already declaring this fight as the winner for this week.
Wow,
It's
we're
on
only-
Tuesday.
it's only 2
wow,
days in.
That's good. Good job, Jeremy.
All right, Jeremy, we get it. They're naked. That's why they wanted your mind.
Yeah.
Just admit it.
Yeah. Minnesota AG Keith Ellison announces a lawsuit against the Trump administration over the ICE raids.
Yeah, good luck with that.
How long until this gets dismissed? Roll
5 seconds.
Anything for some political points.
Roll cut 14 here.
My name is Keith Ellison. I'm the Attorney General for the state of Minnesota, and I'm so honored to be joined and in partnership with the city of Minneapolis under the leadership of my friend Jacob Fry, and the city of St. Paul under the leadership of Mayor Herr, who is also a dear friend of many years. We've come together, and we're here to announce a lawsuit we're filing against the United States Department of Homeland Security to end the unlawful, unprecedented surge of the federal law enforcement agents into Minnesota. Because this has to stop. It just has to stop. We allege that the obvious targeting of Minnesota for our diversity, for our democracy, and our differences of opinion with the federal government is a violation of the Constitution and of federal law. We allege that the surge's reckless impact on our schools, on our local law enforcement, is a violation of the 10th Amendment and the sovereign laws and powers of the Constitution grants to states. We allege that DHS's use of excessive and lethal force, their warrantless, racist arrests, their targeting of our courts, our churches, houses of worship, and schools
That's
are a
Fleming.
violation of the Administrative Procedures Act on arbitrary and capricious federal
Hey,
actions.
sign language guy, I need a
And
privacy.
we ask that the courts will end the surge of thousands of DHS agents into Minnesota. We ask the courts to end the DHS unlawful behavior in our state, the intimidation, the threats, the violence. We ask the courts to end the tactics on our places of worship, our schools, our courts, our marketplaces, our hospitals, and even funeral homes. The deployment of thousands of armed, mass DHS agents to Minnesota has done our state serious harm. This is, in essence, a federal invasion of the Twin Cities and Minnesota, and it must stop.
Dismissed. Rooney, I said last week as we were covering this on Thursday and Friday that after seeing this quartet of clowns with Walz, Omar, Fry, and Ellison, that Minnesota may have surpassed California with the contingent of Newsom, Harris, Bass, Swalwell, Pelosi, and Schiff for the number one spot in my Democrat dum-dum power rankings on a statewide basis. Minnesota is just littered with buffoonery. And this guy might be this guy might be the least clownish between Fry, Ilhan Omar, who married her brother, and, of course, Mr. Potato Head.
Allegedly.
I said it the other day, Nick. I mean, as a New Jerseyan, where plenty of stupid stuff happens on a regular basis, I'm thankful to Minnesota for moving us further down on your dum-dum rankings.
Yeah.
Because every day, it's something else stupid. And what really drives me nuts here, I mean, even the 90 days that you were in law school, Nick, right? What do you learn? There's this thing called the Supremacy Clause.
Hey!
So, yes, many rights are reserved by the states. We've given certain powers to the federal government. One of the few things we always used to be able to agree on, have a military to defend us from foreign powers, right? Interstate highways, right? Because obviously a state can't go into another state's road, state boundaries and build a road. And also protect our borders and enforce immigration laws. That's one of the few powers that's reserved by the federal government. So it's not just a matter, and this is one of the lies that's being perpetrated. States like New Jersey, Minnesota, California, they're just not telling their officers, hey, listen, ICE is coming to town to conduct a raid. You don't participate. They're actively obstructing federal investigations. We had an illegal alien wanted for a crime in New Jersey, guys, that showed up at a state police barracks. There was a warrant. They turned them away. Because they're not supposed to help execute any sort of federal detainers for immigration. So there's actually a dangerous criminal they turned back into New Jersey communities because of sanctuary statehood. This is insurrection. There's no other way to describe it. They're no different, and if you think this is hyperbole, I don't know what to tell you. You got to keep your panties on here for a second. This is no different than what happened during the Civil War when they found...
My thong is in place. Okay?
Sorry.
Keep your firmly fastened at all times here. This is no different than what happened at Fort Sumner. This is no different than George Wallace standing on the steps of the University of Alabama. It's not. It's insurrection.
Dawn, talk to us about kitchen magic, please.
Yes, because we need a little magic. How about, upgrading that, 1980s, 1990s kitchen? Kitchen Magic, they do a great job, not just on kitchens, but bathrooms. And a new year, the perfect time. Look around your home, especially the kitchen, like I say, but also the bathrooms that you use every single day, and think about a refresh. That's where my friends at Kitchen Magic come in. They are a family-owned company crafting high-quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process so easy, so simple from start to finish. Right now, Kitchen Magic allows you to enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in these current amazing prices. So start the year with a home that looks better, feels better, works better. KitchenMagic.com. What are you waiting for? 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathrooms. Come on. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
For 100 years, Edelman's in Jenkintown has been the name families trust when it's time to sell gold, silver, and coins. A fourth-generation family-owned business built on fairness, honesty, and treating every customer with true respect. At Edelman's, you'll always get a clear, no-pressure offer. Their best offer first. Sell your gold jewelry, bullion, or coins with confidence at Edelman's. Visit edelmanscoins.com or call 215-572-6480. Edelman's, where fairness has been our family tradition for 100 years.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We're clearing everything out store-wide. Get 2 great chairs for one low price, plus up to 50% off clearance. All the comfiest Lazy Boy furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Get our best offers on your favorite Lazy Boy furniture. Hurry, deals like these won't last. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Discount applies to select floor models, discontinued items, overstocks, and clearance. Excludes advertised items and select styles. See store for details.
You don't want to miss a moment of Flyers hockey on Broad Street this season. Be here when the Flyers take on the New York Rangers in a matinee matchup on Saturday, January 17th at 1 p.m. Presented by Bank of America.
Drops it off Gravenkin. Gravenkin to the slot. The shot score! Nikita Gravenkin is first in the National Hockey League.
Experience it here because Flyers hockey is better live. And the only place to watch is at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Get your tickets now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
That's right. Even in Carbon County, you can listen to us. We had that caller earlier. He did call back in. I think it was Frank or Phil. He said he's listening the old traditional way on 1210 a.m.
Oh, nice.
All the way up in Carbon County.
Love that.
Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app. Watch it on YouTube Live. Go back and watch it on YouTube at your own convenience. Get the podcast on iTunes. You know, whenever you have some time in your busy day. Matt Rooney with us as we continue here on a Rooney Tuesday.
The PBS news anchors says that their weekend news team will sign off the air this Sunday due to federal budget cuts. PBS News Weekend. Roll this.
We want to note a change for us here at PBS News.
Due to federal budget cuts, we've had to make the difficult decision to rework our staffing and programming. And this Sunday, our PBS News Weekend team will sign off the air. PBS News Weekend anchor John Yang is here with us now. And John, we're going to miss you so much. Thank you doesn't even begin to cover it. You and the team have done incredible storytelling and covered major breaking news every weekend.
That's right. Weekend after weekend, you and the team brought such rigor and heart and care to the stories that you covered. You will be deeply missed, and we are deeply grateful for all of your work.
Yes, and we
Jeff,
as the main
thank you very
anchors,
much. Jeff, you know what this is
we're
like.
gonna make
You sat in the chair I occupy now, the founding anchor of this program. This has been a lot of news on weekends. I can think back to the October 7th attacks in Israel, the first assassination attempt on President Trump, President Biden dropping out of the presidential race. And this is, as I like to call it, the small but mighty team that handled all these stories week in and week out. We're proud of the creativity, the dedication they brought to each and every segment week in and week out. I'll be leaving PBS News at the end of the month as I step back from full-time work, but I'm delighted to say that many members of this team will be sticking around. They'll be producing some exciting new programming that you'll be seeing in the coming days and coming weeks, and so we thank them and look forward to that.
Hey, Wang, what's with all the pictures? This is a parking lot.
That's unbelievable. I'll see your Fang and raise you a Wang.
Mr. Wang,
you guys,
no offense.
This is right out of broadcast news. It's like we, the main anchors, the young, hot main anchors, we're not, giving up our big cushy salaries. John, sucks to be you.
He's just a Wang.
We're putting you out to pasture, buddy.
Yeah, go out there and compete for an ad buy. Go out there and compete for a rating point. Try to keep somebody tuned in for a quarter of an hour instead of your little cushy, federally funded fluff pieces.
And by the way, to your point, Nick and Greg and and Matt, here's the thing. Why not go out and go, look at John, like air that clip and go, who wants to sponsor John and his career as a journalist?
Yep.
I guarantee you, John would bring in a ton of business. He would get some great sponsors because he's a really credible. Doesn't he seem credible? He seems like a nice man. Why don't they try to sell that? They don't even attend. That's not how they think.
Yeah, 100%.
That sounds like work, Dawn.
But to that point, that sales pitch that he just gave, think about all the breaking news that happens on the weekends. That's a great thing to say to advertisers. Hey, you know what? When stuff happens, people are home and they're going to want to tune in to PBS or whatever to see what's happening. Yeah. They're going to turn on the TV.
Life
because
doesn't
they're
stop
home.
Friday at 5 p.m.
100%. So they say that to a Piazza Auto Group, and they say that to any one of these advertisers to be like, we're going to get this X amount of people in this area watching us because big breaking news stories happens on the weekends. People would sponsor it. Uh-huh. They 100% would.
Believe me, in regular TV news, if not Odyssey or wherever you may work, they would pimp us out to clients all the time.
100%.
You know what I mean? Oh, there's this big event. Can you go, blah, 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 schmooze? So why don't you have John go out there? And he's a very likable, credible man. Look at all the things he covered.
Dawn, you should probably have a good ballpark guesstimate here. What would you say the salary is for whoever the highest earning PBS talent
So
is?
they're national.
Wait, yeah.
PBS national news anchors.
Yeah, so this is PBS News National. So let's actually this is a very good exercise.
Play the guessing game.
Let's go around the room and guess what these two dip sugar honey iced tea people get.
Well, it's the year 2026, so it's not as good as it used to be. I'm going to go
$250.
I'll say the top earner, $475.
No.
For an you're not talking about like the
anchor, the main anchors who are saying bye-bye, John.
Are they still seven figures? You think, Don?
I'm going to go $250.
I think
You think that's right?
I think that's a very.
Wow. I was high.
I'm looking it up. Their regular national reporter makes about $100K a year
To do crap.
to be a news reporter. So poor John on the weekend. Well, the other problem is he's been there a long time.
Yeah.
So he may, maybe he should have said I'll take a pay cut, but he makes at least $200K and maybe. But each of those two, they're saying bye-bye, John. Yeah, I would say they make at least $225 to $275 each.
Interesting.
And then look at the staff. Look at the size of their weekend staff.
Here, let's. Can you just put that up there?
It was like 15
Phil?
people.
Yeah.
Phil, and rewind it. Can you put that up there, Phil, and just rewind it and just.
Now we know they are not making $225K. Do we feel bad for those staff?
1, 2, 3,
But they're not
4,
losing
5,
their
6,
jobs.
7,
Oh.
8, 9, 10, 11. 11 people.
11 people for a weekend staff, and they're making their salaries range. They're making about $75 to $90K. Production staff.
Yeah, it's expensive to run, TV stations and all of this, 24-hour news stuff. It's an expensive venture. So if their federal funds are going to get cut, which we all agree that they should, well, at least the four of us agree that they should, then go out and compete in the marketplace. I don't understand why it's that hard. I don't understand why this concept is so hard for them to go out and raise ad dollars. It's not that hard.
Do you think
or just change your business model, right?
Yes.
I mean, look what our boy Sean does on YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you need a fraction of the overhead in order to develop a product and bring it to market that people actually prefer. So I don't have a lot of sympathy. I don't want anyone to be unemployed, but as a general rule, if the government has to subsidize it, like PBS, in order for it to survive, ain't worth saving.
No, that's actually a great point because it's not just radio, it's also television. I mean, and I'm not one of these people that advocates for working from home, but you said overhead. The amount of money that these networks are spending for those palatial palaces, just imagine that. Like, okay, maybe you can't do like your daytime shows like we have in this studio. I've got Bill Hemmer and Dana Perino on. I'm not saying they should be doing their show from their home studio basements, but I mean, are we even at the point now with everything being on social media? Do these news operations like PBS, do they need to be, quote, live and local 24/7? I mean, I know things still happen at 2:30 in the morning or 3:15, but do they need to have such a high overhead?
John Yang anchored a half-hour program.
Oh, what a
Saturdays and Sundays for 30 minutes. They had that staff of
11.
And he just,
Yeah.
large staff for 30 minutes on the weekends. And so here's the thing. I can tell you right now that the staff, even locally here and this is a major market, right? Or even at the network level, they would have about that. But locally, they don't have 11 staffers here locally.
No.
Right? They might have maybe as many as 7 if you count the production crew. But this was a bloated operation. And so I would just submit to you, it still is a quality news show. There's no reason that they had to do that. There's no reason whatsoever. All they had to do was go out and get some sponsors. And yes, they might have to cut the staff or have the people work. The weekend production people obviously work during the week.
Right.
So they're not losing their jobs. But that's a sin that they don't even think to get a sponsor.
Did they even try? I mean, the writing was on the wall for a year that Trump wanted to have the federal government defund PBS and NPR. So we heard, back in the fall, they were shuttering their doors. They were shutting down. The new year comes. Here comes the cuts. Did they even attempt? Because there are some elements to PBS and NPR that are bought and paid, right? Like, Big Bird and Sesame Street and that stuff is all
very profitable.
Right. So you didn't even try? You just packed up your ball and went home?
Yeah, now it's pre-taped. So they have those two that you just saw, the reason they can justify their salaries and whatnot. Those two just pre-tape the weekend shows. Everything's on tape.
Wow.
That's what they're doing.
Oh, man.
So they don't even bother to try. This is management.
Yeah.
They should just say, they need like Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
Like Greg Stocker could go in there, cut 50%, put on live products. Everybody does a podcast on video. You know what I mean? That's all they have to do and get it all sponsored.
Well, Rooney brought up a great point too, that like it doesn't necessarily just need to be on TV. Why not branch out to social media? Why not branch out to YouTube?
Create an app.
Go where people are. You know what I mean? Stop saying, well, we are here on PBS and you have to find us on your No, go where people are. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We go where people are.
Well, look, I mean, the two websites in New Jersey that cover most of the political news now, my website, SaveJersey.com, and New Jersey Globe. Yep. My good friend David Wildstein. We partnered on a bunch of debates during the gubernatorial cycle last year. David isn't even in New Jersey half the time. He records videos. His reporters, they all work from home. They don't have a big swanky headquarters, a palace. Like Nick said, I do most of it from my home office. Would I love to have a giant staff? Sure, but that's just not what the market dictates. But we're able in many ways to do the job that the legacy media used to do. So we're going to use that P word that the left loves to recycle all the time.
Oh.
This is privilege.
Yeah.
They expect people to just give them money to fail the way that they always did. Well, that's not the world anymore. I'm sorry.
David Letterman has spoken out about CBS News. I guess
he's also not been to a barber in 4 years.
I guess he's doing a. Oh my God, he looks like the fisherman.
He looks like Where's Waldo morphed into like a Nantucket fisherman.
Yeah.
I love his fish sticks. I've been eating them for years.
I was just going to say, he does look like the dude from Fish Sticks. Weighing in on his former company, CBS News, now under the not ownership, but the purview of Barry Weiss. Roll this.
What about those idiots at CBS? The CBS News is a wreck.
Boy,
It's just gone. CBS News for decades, going back to World War II, before World War II. They would be, Ed Murrow would be broadcasting the Blitz of London from the rooftop of buildings in London for CBS Radio. And it was that mentality that drove the integrity of CBS News that has been trampled on, pissed on, and eviscerated by these idiots that have taken it over. And I'm at a point now where it really is hurting my feelings because I'm sick and tired of people saying, oh, wait till those midterms. Kids, we're far downstream of the midterms having any effect on this.
Oh, well, take your skull cap off. You're inside, homie. Secondly, I mean, you talk about old man living under a rock. CBS has been in the pisser for well over 10 or 15 years now, declining. And Barry Weiss has come in there, and I don't think she's going to really change much. But again, I keep going back to what we've talked about, Rooney, on this whole subject. Again, they had a telecast last night. It was Jonathan Turley commented on this. And I just want to read you this because this notion that CBS is remotely centrist. Forget right-wing. They're not right-wing. They're not even centrist. Turley tweeted 2 hours ago, CBS News has made great strides under Barry Weiss. I don't even know what those great strides are. What? Again, having a town hall with Erica Kirk? But clearly there remains work to be done. On Monday's CBS Evening News with Tony Dokapul, CBS reporter Nicole Saganga declared that the video released by DHS shows, quote, the minutes leading up to the murder of Renee Good. Again, that might be like something that people gloss over, but the labeling of it as the murder of Renee Good, no.
Here's the problem, and I said this back when Barry Weiss, whatever her name is, took over, is that you are playing to an audience that is not there. That is the worst thing a programmer could do. You are playing to an audience that you can't get. You want to get, but you can't get. So instead of playing to the audience that you have, and trying to expand that, you're playing to an audience that you can't get. And by doing that, you're just upsetting the people like Letterman and all of that who probably sit there every, night at 6:30 and sit down and watch, the evening news. You've turned those people off. So by definition, you've ruined the news network by trying to get an audience that is not coming back. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like it's just like her job was to right that ship. I get it. But by writing that ship, you turned off the people that watch CBS Evening News, which is not a good thing.
They don't want hard news, right, Greg? They
Yeah.
want to be affirmed in their worldview. I mean, Gordon's Fisherman, a.k.a. David Letterman, Renee Good, these other slugs we talk about here on this program all the time. What makes you think that they want objective reporting? And then they can then synthesize that in their brains and come to an independent opinion. It's really like, I've heard it described this way, so this isn't original to me. It's almost kind of like a secular church. You used to try to be not controversial in the news, just report the facts so you didn't alienate anyone. Now the New York Times, these networks, you go there because you want to hear what affirms your worldview.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Just same reason you go to church on Sunday.
Well, I'm glad you said
You want
that.
your values affirmed.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you brought the church up because politics, I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, politics has become religion. You either believe or you go to hell. And there's like no middle ground. And like there's this notion out there that America wants just the facts. Well, News Nation just hired Katie Pavlich from Fox. I think Katie Pavlich is talented. I don't think she's going to bring people over from Fox News and watch News Nation at 10 p.m. at night. I don't think Tony Dokapil playing it down, not Andrew Cuomo, Chris Cuomo, all of these former CNN anchors that are out there that are trying to position themselves as common sense now. Is it really working? I would argue probably not.
And you're nailing it, Nick, because look, I mean, I'm Roman Catholic. You can't prove or disprove the Immaculate Conception to me. It's an article of faith. Part of the reason why we're coming apart at the seams as a country is because everything for the left now is an article of faith. You can't debate an article of faith. It's something you accept independent of fact, independent of what you can perceive. And, that's not a starting point for a conversation in a civil society. So good luck to Barry Weiss. I think she's got good intentions. But I'm with you, Greg. I think that her audience has long since disappeared and departed these shores.
All right. Matt Rooney, he joined us at 8:38, and we will...
Hello, Rooney Tuesday, here on Kayal and Company.
Little Trump dance there.
Coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
Rooney, calm down. Rooney!
We only made it to 440 likes. Only 440
Oh, boy.
Man, that's disgraceful.
Scratch off that coffee, scratch off that croissant. Yep. Forget feeding me blackberries.
60 people right now. 60 people. Get on over there if you want to get 500. Let's do this.
Thank you,
So you've
Matthew.
got 12 minutes.
12
Bye-bye.
minutes. See you, man.
Bye-bye. There he is. Matt Rooney with us. Sean Farish on Friday. Jimmy Fala and Rich Cioli on Thursday. And Tony Bruno tomorrow. All right, we'll come back. 8Share has the music, and I've been told there might be a little Ruby Tuesday time.
Oh, boy.
Stay right there.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you, with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, Probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Gold is now over $4,400 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Friday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Warrington, and Thoroughfare. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,400 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure. Just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, Warrington at the Hampton Inn, or in Thoroughfare at the Best Western. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
$9:57. It's Kayal and Company as we come down the stretch here on a Tuesday. Dawn Show coming up in just a few moments. Her big three will officially kick off the program. But first, A-Chair ready to go in box 4 with what occurred today in musical history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 13th, we celebrate the birthday of Trevor Rabin from Yes, who's now 72. Heavenly birthday shouts to Fred White from Earth, Wind & Fire and Tim Kelly from Slaughter. We also lost Sylvain from the New York Dolls in 2021. Singers include Ruby Tuesday by the Stones in 67 and Thrills in the Night by Kiss in 85. Albums include No Mean City by Nazareth in 79, Yellow Submarine from the Beatles in 69, and Healed by Metal by Gravedigger in 2007. Mango Mush, you're welcome. Also, in 68, Johnny Cash performed 2 shows at Folsom Prison. In 79, the organization YMCA sued the Village People for the song YMCA, claiming defamation. Yes, they actually did. The suit was eventually dropped, and the song became their unofficial jingle due to the success of the band and result of that song. In 2022, Baby Shark became the very first video to reach 10 billion views. Man. Now it's over 16 billion views. And in 2014, the back catalog for Oasis became available on Spotify. But lastly, on this day in 86, Ozzy is taken to court by the parent of John McCullum, a deceased teenager who shot himself while listening to Ozzy's song Suicide Solution. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
That,
Imagine suing a musician.
It's been going on for years.
They went on, all of that. Judas Priest went through it.
Yep.
What a joke.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So,
and now we can't get a 30 seconds on an AMA now. It's just ridiculous.
So the YMCA, the organization, sued the Village People.
Yes, because they thought the song was defaming to the organization at the time.
They literally say it's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Was it because maybe their sexual preferences, and they were saying that, hey, all gay people go stay at the YMCA?
I have no idea, but I just report the facts around here.
Just the facts, man.
Just the facts, man.
Phil Friday. All right, let's find out what's going on in the world of news. Straight up 10 o'clock. Here's Dawn Stensland in her Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Big Three. Number 1, SCOTUS, as of right now, is taking on these arguments in a pivotal case. And this involves girls in sports. But what we want to take you is, let's look at the media bias by omission. Mainstream media, so-called, what are they focusing on? An athlete in Virginia known as Becky. And Becky, the star, and you see her here on the cover of the Washington Post. Becky, her case going to, this is West Virginia v. BPJ. That's one of the SCOTUS cases. Supreme Court weighs the battle between gender transition, between biological boys who want to play in girls' sports, and everybody is really putting out there this hero, Becky, who just is born a boy but is now a girl and wants to play in sports. What's so bad about that? Well, the problem, as Riley Gaines, I think appropriately is putting out there, what about the girls who had to play against Becky? What about their story? Nobody's telling their stories. And as Riley Gaines, and here she is, talks about the real victims in this kind of case.
Her, and looking at her, it changes the way you think about everything. I think initially when I approached this topic, of course, naturally you approach it with your own personal experience. That's not how I approach this topic anymore. I approach it in the light of my daughter and the opportunities that she will one day have, the opportunities to achieve and to succeed. We're in this time, like I said, where this issue has become one that has been painted to be divisive. Last thing I'll say is if our leaders cannot find it within themselves to protect women, all while claiming to be the party of and for women, then it's time we elect new leaders. Appreciate you guys, excited for...
Well, you know, the thing is, Dawn, it's not the courage of Becky, who used to be Butch, but wants to be known as Becky. It's the cowardice of people that know that this is wrong, that won't say anything. But you're right. Like, notice the narrative and the slant and the bias and what they omit. It's the courage of this 0.002% versus the cowardice of the 10% or 15% who, quote, say this is wrong, but they won't come out and actually die on that hill. Like, this is not even an 80-20 issue.
It's
probably
not.
a 90-10, if not further.
But in this one, the Supreme Court is beginning, as we speak, this morning, hearing the arguments in both of these cases, Little v. Hecox and West Virginia v. BPJ this morning. Gaines, by the way, predicting a quote-unquote good outcome because we won't know the outcome until June from these arguments and what the final justice is, what they decide. But today there will be a rally in D.C. with, advocates for girls in sports. And Gaines also, there's more to this as, the girls, and in particular the one case, they claim that, they were, young girls trying to play sports, but also were sexually harassed and bullied by some of these boys, biological boys who they played against. So that's the point, is why doesn't the media even try to cover both sides of the story? Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? And so it's a media bias situation as well. Yeah. Cover everybody. Cover every angle, what these girls are, the biological girls are enduring. Nobody does.
It's so funny. We just rolled that video of Trump signing that executive order with all those kids. It's just hilarious watching that. Look at all those little kids.
Well, and what you're seeing is, and this was a pivotal day. My upcoming guest is Paula Scanlon, was here for this, as well as Riley Gaines, many of these little girls surrounding Trump. February 5th, 2025, a lot of people thought that when President Trump signed this Protecting Girls in Sports Act, that it was all over. Well, that's not the case. It continues in our communities here in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, across the country. I think, did we have audio of this or not with Trump? That's okay if we don't, but
under the Trump administration, we will defend the proud tradition of female athletes, and we will not allow men to beat up, injure, and cheat our women and our girls. From now on, women's sports will be only for women.
What a radical concept.
And so that event was an emotional, energy-filled event. Yeah. All these girls of all different ages, little girls, middle school age, and then college age, professional, not professional, obviously. But I think a lot of people thought, oh, it's over, it's done. That was February. He was weeks into his administration. No, this battle continues.
Right. And it's beyond just sports, too. It's the bathrooms. It's the locker rooms. There's another bizarre story coming out from Planet Fitness of a female that had to experience a male in the women's bathroom in the stall where he was, let's just say he was doing the Pee Wee Herman.
You bring up, oh, really?
I have the video. I said we never got to it last week. I might work that into.
Oh my God!
It's a little graphic. All you see is a shadow, but you see all you need to do with the shadow. Might be in the big take.
To that point, though, about how this is not a, this is probably a 95-5 issue. So, in that, like, why is it such a big story if the majority of people agree?
Because the Democrats with the media still have the ability to put out a message.
Nick, you say Democrats, though, but like
elected politicians, I mean, not Democrat voters. I think most same Democrat voters are against it, but it's the elected leaders that are going to fight this, like the Gavin Newsoms that are going to.
And that's really what, if you want to put somebody on trial, to Nick's point, then progressives, I won't even say Democrats, progressives are on trial here, right?
Right.
Because if they lose this and they lose this ability, away goes this whole situation where they want to turn upside down traditional gender, cultural, religious, faith-based attitudes. They lose out on this.
Right.
And then it goes back to that old Bill Maher saying that was a couple years ago. I think Bill Maher was one of the first to really articulate it in the mainstream media when he said, how come we don't see these kinds of kids like this Becky? How come we don't see Becky in the middle of the country?
Oh, yeah, I always say that, right?
Right.
Right. How does a Hollywood elitist end up with 5 non-binary children?
Right.
That's like hitting Powerball.
But I think that illustrates, and to Greg's point, it illustrates the real battle that's going on here, and that is to uproot traditional values and to say, no, we're all the same. Girls and boys, you can be anything. It sort of takes away gender, the celebration of the genders, but it goes back to, this is religious based, and every major religion talks about what's great about women, men, boys, girls, and so it really uproots some of those traditional values, and then also that goes along with what we've talked a lot about, and that is parental rights.
You know what's also interesting about this is it is a political loser for the Democrats. We've seen that. The polling shows that. Yeah. But it doesn't make it a political winner for the right.
I agree
because
with
if you make that too much of your total portfolio,
agreed.
Yes.
People are like, no, economy, bro, economy. Mm-hmm. Like this is further down, and I say that as a guy who's got daughters.
That's my point with all of this is that it seems pretty unanimous from the unscientific poll that I take, with people I talk to in my daily lives, whether they're liberal, conservative, whatever. People are kind of uniformly agree with this. Meaning, there should be separate boys sports, girls sports, and they're the end.
Yeah.
But the media seems to really make this a huge deal. Talk radio really seems to make this a huge deal. And to the majority of the people, it isn't. And when I say it isn't, I mean, yes, if there's cases like this,
sure.
if it's happening, then they should be brought up. But to constantly bring it up when the majority of people agree with it, I don't know. It just seems like there's another agenda at work here.
I will say to you, and I know this is not popular to say, but I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. Title IX, I think, is unconstitutional, and it messes up some boys' sports as well. And so, it was a Nixon era thing. It was 50 plus years ago. I think the truth is, if you are a true independent, I would suggest get rid of Title IX and funnel these sports programs for girls' sports through. You can do it through NGO-like. And that's the proper term for similar programming. In other words, apply for grants that you can support girls and women in sports. Apply for a grant if you're in any kind of institution that you're private. But I think because another president's going to come in and they're going to do what Biden did. Mm-hmm. They're just going to reverse all of this. Yep. So I think that at the end of the day, the solution, get rid of Title IX. It discriminates against boys in sports.
Yeah.
And pull out football. That's separate. That's a separate lucrative entity anyway, and then make the sports fair.
Wait do you guys see what President AOC does in 3 years?
Oh, this will be great.
Yeah. So
Just saying.
Get rid of Title IX now.
Yep.
I know that you're going to hate me for saying that, but that is the solution.
I can't wait to hear Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson give their official opinion.
Well, we should hear. Should we hear the arguments today?
Today,
they're going on right now.
They'll go over it.
Okay.
So it's pretty fascinating.
We'll have all of it later.
Huge congratulations as we move on. Congratulations to Dina Powell McCormick. So she is a banking and finance executive, financial whiz kid, Goldman Sachs, worked in both the former Bush and Trump administrations, and Senator Dave McCormick's wife. So she got a new gig, a new full-time job, president of Facebook's parent company. Yes. And she'll focus on partnering with governments to further promote Meta AI, hired by Mark Zuckerberg.
Big tech is really kissing the Trump administration's keister.
Can she start by taking all the AI crap off of Facebook? Have you guys seen? Well, Nick, you're not like it's littered with AI nonsense. That's all it is.
Really,
it's garbage. Facebook is garbage.
Are you still fighting with that person on Facebook from last week?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know. I think I moved on to somebody in the YouTube chat.
Boy, Zuck went from shadow banning conservatives to hiring Dave McCormick's wife. How about that?
It's probably a smart move.
So what's her job there?
So she is the president and CEO. I believe she's both president and CEO. This is a full-time job of Facebook's parent company, Meta.
Wow. Yeah,
Right?
clean up
promoting Meta AI.
Clean up the AI stuff there, lady.
So from issues on good women, we turn to, well, maybe is this a good witch? This is a subjective question. The Philadelphia Inquirer has this story, and it has gone viral, and some shows have been discussed on this. As maybe you've seen the posters all around our area. It started in Phoenixville, seeking experienced witch to curse my ex.
I love this.
This is an angry woman, maybe a crazy chick ex, whatever you want to view it as. But witches offering their services and offering support to women and maybe disgruntled ex-girlfriends.
Look at this. Can I read this for you, Dawn, off the telephone poll?
And this is a poster.
Yeah.
And this is posted. I've seen these everywhere. I'm like, what?
Have you?
Yeah, read it.
Wow.
I'm looking for someone with proven experience in the field to put a curse on my incompetent ex-boyfriend. Desired areas of, I can't see the other word, include misfortune include prematurely thinning hair.
She wants to hex.
This might be about me. Broken guitar strings. This might be about Greg.
Mid-set.
Yeah.
House plants that die despite sufficient care. Avocados that go from rock hard to rotten.
This is what she wants the witch to do
to her ex.
To her ex.
After he broke up with her, he just broke up with her earlier this month, about a week or so ago, ending a 2-year relationship.
Yeah.
She's an angry woman.
Cassette players that eat his favorite tapes.
Cassette?
Now that's just a diabolical woman.
A cassette?
Bus seats that are always...
Was this from 1987?
Slightly damp, so they ride public transportation. A perpetual stale cigarette smell that haunts his South Philly, whatever that word is, house, block, I can't tell. Spiders that find every other corner of his room. Moths with a taste of the sweaters I gifted him. You don't buy somebody a sweater. That's your problem. Wi-Fi that buffers only during the climax of his video game.
Oh, boy.
Jesus.
What
This is an angry woman.
Dawn, you believe in all this voodoo crap. Do you believe in witches and all that nonsense too?
Well, I mean, this is an ancient thing, and there are people who identify as witches.
No, I know.
So I would say to the ex who probably knows who he is, this is your ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
He grabbed the clip from Freeform.
Dude, run.
Hocus pocus. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Run.
Yeah, this is
crazy.
Yeah. Those, I mean, there were a lot of them in the 90s, Nick, the witch
Remember
broads.
the Wiccans?
The witch broads. They all saw the movie The Craft with
yes.
with Nev Campbell.
Oh,
and
love Nev.
They all wanted to be witches. So like in the 95, 96 era, there were a ton of witches in my
great
school.
era.
You know they were all goers. Every single one of them.
Great time.
They used to wear vials of blood around their neck.
Those hot Wiccan chicks.
Yeah.
They grew
Always
up.
crazy. Yeah.
And now they're like really angry.
They're all crazy. They are all crazy. Oofa.
Wow.
So witches grow up to be insert. Yeah. Okay.
You
Got
know,
it.
wants to put a hex on this man.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that thank you, Dan Borowski. Look at dude.
This is Dan's personal collection.
That was my fantasy in 1996.
Yeah. See?
Look at look at those crazy broads.
This fantasy has turned into a nightmare.
15-year-old Greg up in Penargil.
Nev Campbell. Who's the middle one? Selma Hayek? No, it's not Selma Hayek. It's
Blair.
Bialik. Selma.
Something B.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Used to be this used to be like Bucks County, Doylestown area.
Oh, yeah?
All those, right? That was all those shops.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring you to the main event. This is at the 2026 Pennsylvania Farm Show, the Big Mullet Contest.
I love mullet contests.
I love this story.
Oh, a ginger mullet. Look at that.
Look at this little cutie pie. And so it's a big contest. It's a national contest. So it's not just for Pennsylvania. So you had kids from across the country.
Best in grow.
They were, best in grow. All these cute kids. And really. And
look at that mullet. Man, that is a ginger mullet. That is. Now, okay. Like, this kid clearly doesn't have the say to, like, his parents got him a mullet. I
Show
don't know.
moms.
Are you going to allow Dylan to grow one if he wants when he's 11?
Well,
or 8, or?
his mother and I are always in a battle about how long his hair needs to be, because I
She
think
likes it shorter.
So
she wants it to be shorter, and I obviously want it to be longer.
No, look at this kid.
Yeah,
Look
that
at
is
this kid.
Look at how adorable.
Ah, yeah.
So hundreds turning out. This was just yesterday, Pennsylvania Farm Show's complex main hall, as kids, teens, even adults showed off their carefully coiffed mullets, all taking their shot at the championship crown.
He even has the cutoff
Look
jeans.
at-
That's a MAGA. That's a MAGA mullet.
MAGA mullet.
It's the cutoff jeans. That one
So
first place.
adorable.
Yeah.
So the winners, but here's the thing about the winner, 10-year-old Drew, they had different categories,
Yeah.
but 10-year-old Drew of Dallas, Pennsylvania, wearing the red and black plaid shirt, mop of the, doing the Joe Dirt.
Look at the dad.
I can guarantee you in Dallas, Pennsylvania, there's a ton of mullets.
Oh,
So
God.
cute.
That's got to
Great
be Trump
time.
country.
But the thing about it is, listen, and you see a reporter from one of the stations there.
Look at this
Look at this kid. Look at the little one. He's wearing the pants. He looks like a Harlem Globetrotter.
Adorable themes. So they
he's-
have all these adorable themes.
He has overalls, American overalls,
And there's
with
the
an American flag
Yeah.
cape
Look at
he's
these
wearing.
cuties.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Dawn talked about the fade on the side of the skull. That kid is.
He has the American flag faded into the side of his head.
What a cutie pie.
Yep.
And listen to this interview, the motivation behind the mullet.
I thought you were just coming here to show off your mullet, and let me tell you, it's a good one. You got the party going in the back the way it needs to be. But what do you have another reason you're doing this?
Because I want to donate it for Wigs for Kids.
Wigs
Oh,
for
that's
kids,
awesome.
kids with cancer.
good cause.
Isn't that
Good for him.
fantastic? Isaiah, I wish you the best of luck. You have a fantastic mullet, buddy.
Thank you.
That's a good soul right there. Liz Warren was ready to prosecute him.
He has a cutoff, for those not watching on YouTube. He has a cutoff jean jacket as the American flag.
thought you were just coming here to show off
That
your
is
mullet.
that is amazing. That is an amazing jean jacket.
Really adorable
Do you
kids.
need the America, like, do you need the American flag vomiting all over your
No, not
your clothing?
necessarily.
No, I like
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Not
This should be a
necessarily.
future Kid Rock video.
Oh God.
They had different themes,
Another bad song by Kid Rock.
but it was a very friendly competition.
Oh,
This kid's got a belt.
Yeah, well,
He's
that's
Rocky.
That's the Apollo Creed.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Look at this.
So they chose, like you're saying, Apollo Creed, Joe Dirt.
Look at that six pack he has. That's how I'm going to look by April. Attaboy, kid.
He has the Apollo Creed. Well, those are also Rocky. Those are also Rocky trunks too,
Yeah.
right?
So cute.
Best
But,
in grow. Oh, he's doing the worm.
Oh my God, he's doing the worm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Look how
look at
cute.
him shaking it. Yeah. He's
He's giving the metal horns.
Yeah.
Man.
So they said length of the mullet, style, flair, accessories, and presentation, dedication. Those were all the categories. They were judging them. It was very friendly, as you can see. Pretty cute.
I wonder how long it takes to grow one of those.
A mullet?
A mullet?
Yeah. Like that length.
They've been working on it all year.
Yeah.
You
start training, you start in January, and then you come back in December for the awards?
Yeah.
Nick.
Really adorable.
Should I grow one?
You should.
We've got guys with, like, Newman should do an AI photo of me with a skullet.
You should do, because you can grow, what do you grow on the side there, Nick?
I can grow everywhere except for the top. Yeah, I could do the sides with the shaved top and look like one of those bozos that are hanging on for dear life that refuse to shave off the side. I could do that if you want me to. If there's a sponsor out there that wants to pay me, I'll do it.
I love it.
I'm not doing it.
Yes, you could look like Ron Jeremy. Look at that.
Oh, look.
Look.
No, see, he's at least got hair on the top of his head.
Well, he's way heavier than you. That's Nick.
How does Borowski just randomly pull Ron Jeremy and say that I'm Ron Jeremy? I've never felt more disrespected at 10:21 in my life.
Now you know why I'm nice to Dan.
Yes.
And that's it for our big three. We do have Paula Scanlon just ahead, and we'll talk about the SCOTUS, the other situations of the day, local news,